retreat. Failures never taste the sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on through endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the
Discovery,
night.
go at throttle up.
Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Turbo power will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so
Discovery,
high.
go at throttle up.
The projected kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light.
When you're curvable stuck in space, so you're trying to get to the MSC race, one man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ is his name and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they are at his command. Oh God, that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but Eej always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes, EA is always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter as you can. E-turbo stuck in space, well, you're trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ's his name and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but he always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes, yeah, he's always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter, as you can hear.
All right. How's everybody doing? You don't know how that song makes you feel? What's wrong? What's wrong with that song? Oh, excuse me. Boy's got a little bit of a migraine still going. I think I got sick. I think I got sick from that wedding, dude. That's why I was just yesterday. I was like, you know. So we got to. I don't know what I got, but it clearly wasn't enough to give you like a runny nose. But either way, much better. Oh yeah, it's much better. Okay. Doesn't AI write the lyrics? Yeah. It's called a hangover. I didn't get that because I Joe, hello from Port St. Lucie, Florida. Hey, what's up, man? All right. Getting a 5x5 on ultra high. Right on. Space news and F4s. What kind of F4s? F4 Phantoms sought by private space launch company Starfighters International, using F4s as a small sat launcher. I love that plane.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No hangover. Sounds like a boring wedding. At least it wasn't boring. Okay. Well, just their 42-month resub. Uticus had a 16-monther in there. Ernock had a 93-monther. Mr. Rocker coverage machine. Go. I smell what you're stepping. Yeah. Hello, EJ. What's your favorite motorsports moment? Favorite motorsports moment, Luca? Spa 97. That was pretty fun. It was kind of crazy, but I watched that race with my dad. Yeah, that was a good race. Ship 37 is at Massey's for cryo testing. It rolled out last night. Yep. Am I going to watch Barcelona this weekend? Yeah, probably. Mine is the NASCAR dude wall riding. That's Ross Chastain. Ross Chastain did the GTA. He did a GTA in real life. Yeah, he won the Coca-Cola 600 last weekend, dude. So there's that guy. And so there's that for you. That's pretty cool. The NASCAR fist fight. Who was that? Cale Yarborough and Davey Allison. Yeah, where they both, on the last lap, they crashed each other out. And while the race was still going on, they got out of their cars and beat the snot out of each other in the infield. Pretty good. That's kind of the reason why Spa 97 is my favorite, too, because Michael Schumacher almost beat the snot out of David Coulthard. Yeah, it was great. Good stuff. Lando's going to win. Yeah. Been a while. Loving the Starship representation back there. Right on, man. Right on. Oh, quick update before we get into the Space and Rocket review. This is why I started an hour earlier than I usually do for space news. Quick update. I got the welding gas and more plate steel. I have not gotten the parts in for the car yet, so automotive streams will resume next week. I'm thinking, guys, because I usually take the first week of July off. That's my just stream detox week, right? Unless there's, I have a feeling there's going to be a Starship launch that week. But, you know, I'm putting it out into the ether now so the bad juju doesn't come and get me. I think we're going to make a push through June just because I feel like it. Yeah. So we'll probably figure out a longer schedule during the day. Because that, you know, there's all these other games that we want to mess around with. There's all the games that we're playing right now that we haven't finished. You know, we'll make a push through June. Should be pretty good. Don't burn yourself out. No, it's good. Digging the hat, KSC. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. The nerve of you taking a vacation. Yeah. So we'll make a push through June, I think. We'll really, yeah, have some fun. You know, like Cleater's month of freedom, like that, only the month of June. So yeah, should be good. I mean, the idea is that you pack enough content in it. You pack 5 weeks worth of content into 4 weeks. So when you do, oh god.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
The worst hotel I ever went to was called the Fiddle. It was a vile inn.
Reactions for you. Hey, love seeing you back streaming Starship. Watching Flight 5 with you was an unforgettable experience. Please do Flight 10 and beyond. Oi. Okay. Hi, Geeson. Wolfpack 75 monther in there. Thank you. Can we get a tomato emote? No, just say, oh, brother, this guy stinks. Just say that. All right, so update on the car side of things. I got all the welding gas. I got all the plate steel. I got a big tank for the welder. Of course, it's out of frame. Give me 1 second. There you go. Look at that. It's big. We got a bigger tank. Much bigger. Would you just look at it? Oh, would you look at this? Mine's bigger. So, shut up. So, I got all the plate steel, and I have the welding tank. We got a much bigger welding tank. I figured out why I was going through gas so quickly. It's because my regulator was, the gas regulator valve on the gas side of things was on cruise control. It was all the way out. I don't know how that happened. Yeah. So we were flowing a lot of gas, much more than was needed. So like full flow, let me see the flow rate on the dial. Give me 1 second. Oh dear. Oh dear. We were flowing 30 liters a minute of gas. No wonder we ran out so quick. Oh my goodness. It was over 30 liters a minute. It was redlined. I don't know how the regulator got like that. I must have done it when I wasn't thinking about it and just turned it all the way in. Not forgetting that tightening it increases flow, loosening it decreases the flow. So yeah. Oh well. Stupid tax. Welcome back, Mr. Streamer, man. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, let's, shall we jump in? Does it have a ball bearing? I don't know. Just keeping up with messages. There we go. Okay, cool. Starship update just got posted on X. Ooh, Navy SEALs. All right, 42 minutes. We're starting space news with that. Let's roll. Bum, 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 Paul. Hey, welding.
Alright, all operators on countdown.
This is the talk that just came out, yes. This is it. It's a replay. I don't think it's a live stream, but...
Flight directors go for launch.
Dude, SpaceX did release some new footage from the launch. Oh man, is it good. Yeah, how did I know to go live an hour early? That's weird.
Stage separation.
Woo!
Booster landing burn startup.
Bro, the synthwave. I love it. The synthwave with the booster landing makes my day, dude.
Starship is transforming. Booster has landed.
Yeah. There you go. All right.
All right, what do we got?
Gateway to Mars. So here we are. Here we are at
Dude, integrated hot steak
the
drink.
newly
Shut up!
incorporated Starbase, Texas.
Elon, get out of the way! Get out of the way! I want to see the hot staging ring.
First new city made in America in, I think, quite a few decades. At least that's what I'm told. And very cool name. And it's named that because it is where we're going to develop the technology necessary to take humanity and civilization and life as we know it to another planet for the first time in the 4.5 billion year history of Earth.
Can I see the hot staging ring, please? Yeah, zoom out, camera guy. You following me, camera guy?
So go with this little video here. This is how it started off, with basically nothing. So Starbase started off as basically a sandbar with nothing.
They
Even
built
those little
this
things we built,
on a
obviously.
sandbar in a tent. What? Sorry.
That's the original sort of Mad Max rocket.
Are there birds inside of the Star Factory, or? Is that the... Okay, it is the video.
This is where you discover lighting is very important for that Mad Max rocket.
Dude, there really was nothing out there. It's just a road. Like, I never went down there. My first time down at Starbase was Flight 7. So I saw it after it was all built up. But I have been following, this project since before that. Before Mark 1, there was Starhopper. I was following it since, NSF sent somebody out there down Highway 4 to take a picture of some dirt that was just graded and a concrete foundation that was put on top of the dirt where Starhopper would eventually be made, which is actually just a water tower with some legs on the side that just kind of looks like a spaceship. With the size of that building and how often the doors are open, I would be amazed if there weren't any birds' nests in there. Yeah, right? Yeah, no, I was like, wait a minute, is that ambient? Do I have Starbase live on, dude? Hey, Dragon, what's going on? And, you know, because I saw it built up and I kind of can extrapolate what this was like. I mean, A, driving down Highway 4, you see what everything basically looked like before SpaceX was there. And then B, kind of, you know, I could be like, okay, the Starhopper stand was there. The windbreak was there. High Bay 1 was there, you know? Man, dude, Brownsville, Boca Chica is extremely remote. It's not near anything because the port of Brownsville just to the north kind of isolates it. So it's a lot more remote than you think it is. So you got the Rio Grande Estuary, which is Mexico, to the south, and then the port of Brownsville to the north. And then there's just a narrow slither of land where a road, where Highway 4 kind of goes around the port of Brownsville between the Mexican border and the port, because the port of Brownsville kind of goes south, right? It's a line that's going southwest, right? So there's this narrow slither of land, like maybe 4 or 5 miles across, where you can get to Starbase. It's very, very, very remote. It doesn't, even though it doesn't seem like it, you look at it on your map, like there's a lot of stuff around there. No. It's tough to get there.
So yeah, not that long ago, there was basically nothing here. And in
I just said that.
the space of about 5 or 6 years, thanks to the incredible work of the SpaceX team, we've built a small city.
Maybe, Mike.
And we've built 2 gigantic launch pads and a gigantic rocket factory for a gigantic rocket.
Does that mean you can watch launches from Mexico? Yeah, of course.
And the cool thing is, for
I wouldn't
anyone
go
out
down
there
though,
who's
but you could.
watching this, you can actually come and visit because our entire production facility and launch site are on a public highway. So anyone who comes to South Texas can come and see the rocket pretty close up.
Dude, the hot staging
and
ring.
see the factory. And so if anyone is interested in seeing the largest flying object on Earth can come here anytime they want and just drive down the public highway and see it, which is pretty cool. So then we progress to where we are now, Starbase 2025.
And
so we're now at the point where we can produce a ship roughly every 2 or 3 weeks.
If you guys don't want me to constantly pause, I just want to say something. Dude, even SpaceX's own promo pictures are out of date. That's how fast the factory is being made. That structure is not there anymore. The structure just did a second ago, like this, is not there. That's not there anymore. That's gone. There's a flat wall right here because this is where the Gigabay is going to be.
So we're now at the point where we can produce a ship roughly every 2 or 3 weeks. Now, we don't always produce the ship every 2 or 3 weeks because we are making design upgrades. But ultimately, we're aiming for the ability to produce 1,000 ships a year, so 3 ships a day.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what was that?
But ultimately, we're aiming for the ability to produce 1,000 ships a year, so 3 ships a day.
Oh. Okay. Bump up the speed if you could. Are you Bill Nelsoning Elon Musk right now? Are you big? I mean, does it work? Dude, if this works, I'm going to feel so bad. 3 ships a day. Mass production, baby. You guys remember? So that makes a lot of sense. Do you guys remember when I said, I don't think SpaceX is going to take their foot off the gas, but I couldn't put it to words at the end of Flight 9. I couldn't put it to words. Well, everyone's like, no, they got to stop. I'm like, no. You got to keep going. You got to, because that's the reason. They want to mass produce. Mass production is a stakeholder expectation for SpaceX. That is part of the rocket's design, to be able to be mass producible. You do not want to idle your assembly line when you're trying to mass produce. That is very bad. Ask anyone in Detroit why that's a bad idea.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
62. 60-month
That's where
resub.
things are now.
All right.
I'm standing in that building.
Got your worm, man. Thank you. Appreciate the 5 years, buddy. I really do. Thank you. What's the need for that many? Bring the cost down, 619. Bring the cost down. I've always said this, dude. All right. If you guys don't want me yammering, you let me know. I've always said this. Look, how much does it cost to develop a rocket? It's ironic because I usually say this as a way to kind of justify SLS, right? And it still holds water, but just bear with me here, okay? It does not matter if you want to go to the moon, you want to go to Mars, anything that you want to do with a rocket that has to do with going beyond low Earth orbit, BLEO for short. Anything that you want to do there is a multi-billion-dollar adventure, no matter what. There's no getting around that. There's no like magical way to circumvent getting billions of dollars to do this. Now, once again, money isn't the only component to getting this stuff done. If it was, SLS would have launched more than once over the last 15 years, right? Obviously, there are other things at play. The money is just one of them. That's an upfront cost. Like, you're not getting around that. The Apollo program costs billions of dollars. SLS, billions of dollars, right? Starship, billions of dollars. So if you're gonna 619, if you're going to, this is what I mean. Here's the brass tacks answer. If you're going to build a ship that's designed to go to Mars, if you figure mass production into your design, well, engineering the damn thing's gonna cost $1 billion anyway. You might as well do it. Because then you can just make a lot of ships. It allows for rapid prototyping. It also allows for rapid explosions, as we saw the other day. But it does rapid iteration and rapid advancement is also a byproduct of this, right? And this is why I kind of chose to. I wasn't going to do this yesterday, but it's a good time to say it today. Like, I didn't feel good yesterday. This is what I mean when you got to think about that from that kind of macro industrial perspective, I guess. Like, just taking a look back and look at the whole thing. Flight 9 is a blip, not even a blip on like SpaceX's end goals, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to justify it. The thing freaking blew up. They did not achieve their own objectives. They got some work to do. Sure, absolutely. But mass producing the ship, you're already going to be in it for a couple $1 billion anyway, right? If you're already going to be in it for a couple $1 billion, mass produce. And then if you can mass produce it, because you're going to pay an exorbitant amount to make a rocket that goes anywhere anyway, like goes further than low Earth orbit anyway. If you pay for the little bit of additional development to make it mass producible, you can reduce the cost to go to space. You can reduce it by a lot. Part of the reason why rockets are so expensive is because they're not built on a moving assembly line. It's a very skilled thing, a very skilled trade. And don't get me wrong, not to say that mass production isn't a skilled trade either, but that costs money. That doesn't come cheap, no matter where you are. Doom, 104 months. You're in trouble. There's a very complete 86 IROC Z28 5-speed for sale down the street. Buy it. You'll get your money. You'll get your money back. Those things are popular.
Discovery.
Hey, Martin. Love the crew cab charger, space news and gaming. Right on, man. Thank you. Bear with you. Careful, bears are dangerous. Yeah, but Luca, we have the right to bear arms in this country. That we're talking about the arms of a bear, so we have to get near bears. So bearing with me is not like a far-fetched thing. I don't care what your thoughts are on the Second Amendment. Shut up. It was a joke. Relax. Watch the presentation. Shut up. What? Just did it.
That's a hovercraft.
That's a hover. That's a hover. Squirrel. In Russia, bear arms you. Ah.
We're driving a booster down the road to the launch site. You can see the mega bays.
From my cold, dead bear hands.
And as I said, what's cool, the cool thing for those out there watching this video is that you can actually just literally come here, drive down the road and see it.
Oh God, Aqualex, Bill Nelson and Elon actually works. Oh no. Oh no, now I feel bad. Oh, Paul, why you gotta make me feel bad?
It's the first time in history that that's been possible. So, all this cool stuff, that road on the left there, that highway is public, and you can just come here and see it, which I recommend doing. I think it's very inspiring to see. So, that's our Gigabay. So we're expanding integration to produce 1,000 starships per year.
Please.
Well, yeah, that hasn't been built yet, but we're building it.
Are there F-150s in the SpaceX promo footage? Where's the cyber? Oh wait, it's right there.
That is a truly enormous structure. This will be one. That'll be one of the biggest structures. I think by some measures, the biggest structure in the world. And it's designed for 1,000 starships a year. We're also building a Gigabay in Florida, so we'll have 2 facilities, one in Texas and one in Florida. It's actually difficult to gauge the size of these buildings because you need a kind of human for scale. When you see how tiny a human is next to that building, you realize just how enormous it is. So when we look at our build comparison vehicles,
B-24 reference. I freaking said this. Look. There, no, hold up. There was a past space news where I said SpaceX is focusing on mass production. There was a past space news where I said that. I said that because the B-24 during World War II, built by Ferd, first on race day, first on bombing day too. Ford made the most amount of airplanes in a period of time anyone has ever done. They were rolling a B-24 off the assembly line every couple of minutes. They made 10,000 four-engine bombers between 1943 and 1945 at Willow Run in Ipsy. If you know, you know. Look, they cited. Now, 6,900 of those were made at Willow Run, to be fair. The other ones were made in places I don't care about. Dude, I told you, Willow Run, I told you. Look, that's the metric, man. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make a Willow Run for starships. Oh, please. Ipsy to you, too.
per year. So you look at Boeing and Airbus making airplanes. Starship will be making, at some point, probably as many starships for Mars as Boeing and Airbus make commercial airplanes. So this is really at a scale, an enormous scale. And each starship will have a capability. Each starship is bigger than a 747 or an A380. Like, it's truly enormous.
Is there a demand for that many rockets? No. But in many ways, there was no demand for moving people around via air until, you know, the same subsidies that made that B-24 gave us planes like the Boeing 377, the DC-3 before that, the 707, the DC-8, Convair 880. When that technology matured enough, the idea is that, you know, if you throw enough money at it, yeah, the demand will come because the price will be so low because you mass produced, right? That's the whole point. Now, in the case of all those other planes, with the exception of Starship, they were mass produced because we wanted to make bombers. I like this way better. I personally like this way for spaceships. Seems a little bit better. We don't, with space bombers. No, we don't. I don't want that. Hey, Elvis, 70-month resub. Whee! Still nice. How many Starliners is Boeing building per year? I'm pretty sure that that part of the bar graph, Julia, goes down. Not up. The wonders of induced demand. Almost nobody bought cars before cars were mass produced. Bingo.
And then in terms of Starlink satellites, the version 3 satellites, making on the order of 5,000 a year, maybe at some point closer to 10,000 a year.
This is
and
space.
those
I'm in
Starlink
space.
V3 satellites are each the size of
Hi, Pigeon.
a 737. So pretty big.
I'm sorry?
That compares to the B-24 bomber in World War II. Now, it's still small compared to Tesla. And Tesla will probably be doing, double or triple that volume in the future. So it just puts things into perspective that it is actually possible to build a vast number of interplanetary starships. And even when you can compare things on the tonnage standpoint, Tesla is still, and other car companies are still building far more complex manufactured tonnage than SpaceX, which just really is a way of saying that it's very achievable. Like these numbers, while they are insanely high by traditional space standards, are achievable by humans because they've been achieved in other industries. Progress is measured by the timeline to establishing a self-sustaining civilization on Mars. That's how we're gauging our progress here at Starbase. So with each launch, especially in the early days of Starship, each launch is about learning more and more about what's needed to make life multiplanetary and to improve Starship to the point where it can be taking ultimately hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people to Mars. Ideally, we can take anyone who wants to go to Mars, we can take to Mars. And bring with it, bring all of the equipment necessary to make Mars self-sustaining, so Mars can grow by itself in a worst-case scenario, getting to the point where the fundamental fork in the road for human destiny is where Mars can continue to grow even if the supply shifts from Earth, stuff coming for any reason. At that point, we've achieved civilizational resilience, where Mars can potentially come to the rescue of Earth if something goes wrong, or maybe Earth could come to the rescue of Mars. But having two planets that are both self-sustaining and strong, I think is going to be incredibly important for the long-term survival of civilization.
He's not speaking too fast. We have it on 1.25 speed, Bill. Is that bad?
So, like, just I think any given civilization
is that bad?
is likely to last maybe, I don't know, 10 times longer, maybe much longer, if it is a multi-planet civilization than if it is a single-planet civilization. Because there's always some chance that, us humans could do something crazy, like World War III. Hopefully not, but it's possible.
I don't want that.
Or that there could be some natural event like meteors or supervolcanoes or something that we don't expect. And then if we only have one planet, then that could be curtains. But if we've got two planets, we keep going, and then we go beyond Mars, ultimately, to the moon, maybe the asteroid belt, the moons of Jupiter, and beyond, and ultimately to other star systems. And we can be out there among the stars, making science fiction no longer fiction. So in order to achieve this goal, we have to make rapidly reusable rockets, so that the cost per flight, the cost per ton to Mars, is as low as possible. That's essential. So for that, rapidly reusable rockets, I said, it's actually 4 R's. It's like a pirate. RRR. It's like rapidly reusable, reliable rockets is the key. RRR. Now we've congrats to the SpaceX team on making incredible progress on catching a giant rocket.
It was just released, Nervous.
So it's really
mind-blowing
that the SpaceX team has been able to catch the largest flying object ever made multiple times, using a very novel method of catching it out of the air with giant chopsticks.
Ow.
I mean, have you ever seen that before?
It's the wildest thing I've ever seen, dude. By a long shot. It just looks wrong. It looks so wrong, dude. But look at it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But at the same time, it's like, why, man, that's a good idea. Why isn't everyone doing this?
Yeah, congrats again. That was an incredible achievement. So the reason we are catching it in this way, which is never been done before, is in order to achieve the rapidly reusable portion of in order to make the rocket rapidly reusable. So if the super heavy booster, which is gigantic, it's like 30 feet in diameter, if it were to land with landing legs on a landing pad, we would then have to pick it up, stow the legs, and put it back in the launch pad And that's it's quite difficult to transport such a large thing. But if we catch it with the same tower that it's used to put it in the launch mount to begin with, that is the best case outcome for rapid reuse. So it literally gets caught by the same arms that placed it in the launch ring, and then it is placed back in the launch ring immediately. So in principle, the Super Heavy booster can be reflown within an hour of landing. So it comes back in about 5 or 6 minutes, one way or another, and then it gets caught by the tower arms, placed back in the launch mount, and then you can refill propellant in about 30 to 40 minutes, and place a ship on top of it, and in principle, refly the entire booster every hour.
Can you do this?
Maybe every 2 hours to give it a little bit of extra time.
Please
but
do
let's just
this.
say it's in the limit of rapid reuse. And then the next thing we need to do is catch the ship too. So we haven't done this yet, but we will.
Oh my god. Dude. What the hell?
So that's what we hope to demonstrate later this year, maybe as soon as 2 or 3 months from now.
Later this year. We'll go
The
with
ship
later
would
this
be
year.
placed on top of the booster, and then again refilled with propellant and flown again. With the ship, it takes a bit longer because it's got to orbit Earth a few times until the ground track comes back over the launch pad.
Yep.
But the ship is also intended to be reflown multiple times per day. This is the new Raptor 3, which is an awesome engine. Big hand to the Raptor team for this. This is very exciting. So Raptor 3 is designed to require no base heat shield, saving a lot of mass on the bottom and actually improving reliability so that if there is, for example, a small fuel leak from the Raptor engine, it will simply leak into the existing flaming plasma and not really matter. Whereas a fuel leak, when the engines are contained in a box, is a very scary thing indeed. So this is a Raptor 3.
It's kind of dangerous, right?
But it's a massive increase in payload capability, in engine efficiency, and in reliability. So this is really a revolutionary engine. Raptor 3 is really, I'd say, kind of alien technology rocket engine. I mean, even industry experts, when we showed a picture of the Raptor 3, said that engine is not complete. So then we said, well, here's the engine not complete, firing at a level of efficiency that has never been achieved before.
Yeah, you're calling out Tori Bruno there. Damn.
So, I mean, that is one clean engine.
That's an interesting way of solving that problem. Try to reduce the leak as much as possible, but if it leaks, make the whole damn thing thermally resistant to it, and it just leaks overboard. That's a way to do that. I mean,
so in order to make the engine like that, we had to simplify so many parts of the design, incorporate secondary fluid circuits and electronics in the structure of the engine itself. So everything is contained and protected. It is a marvel of engineering, frankly. Then one of the other technologies that's key for Mars is doing orbital propellant transfer. So you can think of this like similar to aerial refueling for airplanes. But in this case, it's orbital refilling of rockets, which has never been done before. But it is, technically feasible.
please. I need this.
I always feel like these things are a little NSFW. Sort of. Listen, you got to transfer fluid somehow. This has got to be done. So the two starships would get together, and one starship would transfer fuel and oxygen. And actually, most of the mass is oxygen. It's almost 80% oxygen that gets transferred, a little over 20% fuel. And so once you send a starship to orbit with that's full of payload, and then you send up a bunch of other starships up, and you would refill the propellant on that starship. and once the propellant tanks are mostly full, then you can depart for Mars or the Moon, or yeah.
The Mars.
So this is an important technology which we should hopefully demonstrate next year. Yeah. So then with the one of the toughest problems to solve is the reusable heat shield.
Oh, that's so cool, man.
So no one has ever developed a truly reusable orbital heat shield. So it's extremely difficult to do so. Even the shuttle's heat shield required several months of refurbishment, basically fixing
Shuttle mentioned.
broken tiles, testing each tile, and because it's an extremely hard problem to be able to withstand the extreme heat and pressure of reentry. The only things that can really withstand this level of heat are advanced sort of ceramics, kind of basically glass, alumina, some types of carbon, but very, very little actually can survive the with reusability without eroding or falling off or cracking, can survive the stresses of reentry. So this will be the first time that it's done, that a reusable orbital heat shield is developed, and it needs to be obviously extremely reliable. So this will be something that we'll be working on for a few years, I think, to keep honing the heat shield. It is an achievable thing, so we're not trying to do something that isn't achievable. It is within the realm of physics to get this done, just an extraordinarily difficult thing to get done. And Mars, the Mars atmosphere is carbon dioxide, which at first may seem better, but actually it ends up being worse because when the CO2 turns into a plasma and you actually end up with more free oxygen entering on a Mars atmosphere than on Earth atmosphere. So Earth's atmosphere is only around 20% oxygen, and Mars ends up being basically more than double that, maybe triple that, when you consider when the CO2 becomes a plasma and you get carbon and O2. So that wants to oxidize the heat shield, basically burn the heat shield. So
it's important to mention that there is way less atmosphere on Mars, probably like maybe 0.2% of Earth's, but the plasma but if you're coming at it from Earth, all right, when you're coming at it from Earth at that high rate of speed, when you do get into aerodynamic perturbations and aerobraking on Mars, right, it's very similar to re-entry in the upper atmosphere on Earth. It's very similar, except for the oxygen content. A little bit of context there.
that's why we tested very rigorously in a CO2 atmosphere, because it's got to work not just for Earth, but also for Mars. And we want to use the same heat shield for Earth that we use for Mars, because there are many other factors with the heat shield, such as making sure the tiles don't crack or fall off or anything like that. So we want to have the same heat shield structure, same material on Earth as on Mars, so we can test it hundreds of times on Earth before going to Mars, and be confident that when it goes to Mars, it will work.
Oh. Pad B. Oh,
so
my
we're
God.
developing some next-generation starships, which have a number of improvements versus our current gen. So it's taller, for example, and has a better the interstage between the ship and the booster. You can see that sort of the sort of struts there. That makes it easier for the flame. Like that right there. When doing hot staging, which is when we light the ship's engines while the booster's engines are still firing, the flame from the ship engines can more easily exit through the open struts of the new interstage.
Just add more struts,
we'll bring the struts interstage back with us instead of throwing it away.
Just add more struts, dude. Jeb had it right.
A little more height here, 72 meters from around 69.
Nice.
Propellant capacity, I think we'll probably push that up a little, maybe 3,700 tons. Long term, my guess is we're maybe around 4,000 tons, but just over 8,000. I think probably like 8,300. This will keep getting up. My guess is ultimately we're 4,000 tons here, close to 10,000 tons of thrust. But this is kind of the next level, or the next version of the Super Heavy. So the
right,
booster will look
Kidman.
a little naked on the bottom because the Raptor 3 engines don't require a heat shield. So it looks like there's kind of parts missing, but that's just because the Raptor heat shield does not. The Raptor 3 does not need a heat shield.
Serious question: why cylindrical and not oval, oblong? In terms of what, Rooney?
So it's just standing there in a bathed in flaming plasma.
Uh,
But it's a lot lighter. Yep.
shape of the vehicle, easier to manufacture, dude.
Hot stage. I think it looks amazing.
It does look pretty good,
And the
though.
ship's a little longer, a little more capable. Moving to 1,550 tons of propellant capacity. And my guess is this probably ends up 20% more than this long term. Yeah.
20%.
The heat shield is sleeker, so much smoother boundaries. As the boundary of the heat shield going to the leeward side is very smooth. No more jagged tiles. I think it looks very sleek. And this version we still have 6 engines, but a future version will have 9. But with the Raptor 3 again, we have improved reduced mass, higher specific impulse. This is the Starship version 3 is really the version that is, I think, achieves all of the key elements. I mean, generally with any new technology, it takes three major iterations of any new technology to have it really work well. And this with Raptor 3 and Starship and Booster version 3, it should be able to achieve all of the things that I just mentioned, which is a rapidly reusable, reliable rocket with orbital refilling. Basically, all of the ingredients necessary to make life multiplanetary will be achieved with version 3 of Starship, which we're aiming to launch for the first time at the end of this year. Yeah, so you can see this is kind of where things are on the left, where things will be end of this year in the middle, and as I was saying, kind of where things will be probably long term.
Yikes.
Yeah,
You bet.
142
Concur.
meters. So, but the one in the middle will be fully capable of doing Mars, and thereafter it'll be a lot of performance improvements. And as has been the case with Falcon 9,
Yeah,
we always
sure
end up
has.
making the rocket
Pretty
longer and increasing payload. So
Stretching vehicles is one of the easiest performance increases you can do for like cost relative to amount of engineering and development. Stretching a vehicle, totally a thing. That's one of the simplest things that you can do to get more performance. We saw that done with Titan. We saw it done with Atlas back in the day. What else does that? Falcon is another really good example. Electron has done it. They've extended Electron and made it a little bit longer. 737s, if you want to talk about planes, sure. SLS, I mean, SLS on a technicality. Put a big asterisk next to it, but yes. Not to get too off topic, but do you think once Starship is up and running, they will redesign Falcon 9 to work with the new engines? Now, Badger, in a way that stretching your vehicle is one of the easier things to do, changing your propulsion is not one of the easy things to do. Look at how much trouble SpaceX is having with moving to Raptor 3, right? That's one of the harder things to do. Stretching the vehicle is one of the easier ones. Changing propulsion is difficult. I don't think Falcon 9 will ever use Raptor engines in any way, shape, or form, which is ironic because the Raptor program was birthed out of making a Raptor second stage for Falcon 9. Not a lot of people know that. Raptor's development started with the Air Force paying SpaceX to figure out what you'd need to do, a cost feasibility analysis in 2016 about making Falcon's second stage Raptor derived. Can you imagine an extended Falcon second stage with a single Vector attached to the back? Dude, that wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be too bad. That'd be a really nice little rocket, but clearly SpaceX has other ideas here. And it was hydrolocks initially. Yep. Is it just flex that poses a problem with increasing length? Harmonics are one of the things you do have to solve, Cosmic Hippo, but yeah, it doesn't offer much more in the way of like having to redo aerodynamics or anything, right? It's funny because this kind of philosophy pertains to rifle cartridges too. Rifle cartridges started small and then they got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then during World War II, they cut down a rifle cartridge, right? But with the same amount of powder behind it and made an intermediate cartridge. Basically kind of the reverse of this, but same idea. They both fly through the air. This one goes faster, so I like this one better. But the other one's still pretty good too. A coworker of yours did math with Vulcan. A Vulcan with Raptor 3 is the first stage engines instead of BE4. It's nearly 25% more performance. Technical difficulties aside, weight reductions and presumably higher TWR would get more payload on orbit for those missions where Starship would be overkill. Well, there's no way SpaceX doesn't know that, Badger. But their idea of mass producing Starships is probably going. It doesn't matter. Like, okay, it can be overkill, so what? Steel also has structural limits, so you can only make it so big before you hit that limit. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that with 304 stainless that SpaceX is using spoiled, that they're probably not near that. Legit question, if they get to their 1,000 a year mark for Starship, is Falcon even really needed at this point? There will be a period of overlap for existing contracts and stuff, Lefty, but eventually no. Falcon 9 is... Yeah, I'd say in 10 years, if the SpaceX keeps doing what they're doing, Falcon 9 will be useless. Falcon 9 will be about as useless as a DC-3 is in 1965. The DC-3, while a nice plane... was a nice plane for 1936, not 1963. Not when Boeing 707s are flying around, right? The longer a vehicle is, the more it is affected by weather and upper wind constraints. Yeah, that's also true, but redoing your simulations about weather and wind constraints is a little bit easier than redesigning engine sections. You should ask SpaceX. They'll tell you that.
That's the game plan. Pretty straightforward. But it's important to emphasize, even with the rocket that we'll be launching just at the end of this year,
a million well underway,
making life multiplanetary, and thereafter it's just about continuing to hone the efficiency and capability of the rocket and reduce the cost per ton and reduce the cost per person to Mars. And like I said, ultimately make it so that anyone who wants to move to Mars and help build a new civilization can do so. So anyone out there, like how cool would that be? And even if you don't want to do it, maybe that you have a son or daughter who wants to do that, or a friend who wants to do it. And I think it would be the best adventure that one could possibly do, is to go and help build a new civilization on a new planet.
That'd be pretty cool.
So yeah, ultimately we'll have 42 engines, which it was inevitable.
Don't forget a towel.
As the prophecy foretold by the great prophet Douglas Adams in his book, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The answer to the meaning of life is 42. And so inevitably, the Starship stack will have 42 engines. And in terms of payload to orbit, what's remarkable is that it's 200 tons of, Starship will have 200 tons payload to orbit with full reusability. So this is twice the capability of the Saturn V moon rocket. The Saturn V moon rocket was fully expendable. Starship is fully reusable, but will have twice the payload to orbit of the next biggest rocket that made it to orbit, which is the Saturn V. In fact, without reusability, Starship would have about 400 tons of payload to orbit. So
what are you going to put in there, lead?
This is a very big rocket, is what I'm saying. So, but you need a big rocket, to make life multiplanetary. And then along the way, we could do very cool things like have a moon base, like Moon Base Alpha. I think long ago there was a TV show about Moon Base Alpha. You can't.
I thought he was talking about something different.
Couldn't think about the physics of that too much because apparently like the moon base was like drifting away from Earth. But anyway, we should have a moon base alpha, which is the next step after the Apollo program would be to have a base on.
Dude. Phil, holy balls, you're right. A starship with shuttle-style payload bay doors. A starship with shuttle-style payload bay doors, man! Sorry for yelling. Now just put some windows up at the front and we're good to go, man. There's no way that wasn't on his mind. I know, but I've been saying it and we haven't seen it until now. And that makes me happy, okay? We will go to the Mars. Green screen edge is showing? Well, you shouldn't have shaken the camera around so much. Jeez. No, I mean, yeah, you're right.
On the moon. So you could have a gigantic science station doing research about the nature of the universe on the moon would be very cool.
Yes.
So in terms of when can you go to Mars? So you can go to Mars every 2 years or every 26 months.
Coincidence?
So the next Mars opportunity is at the end of next year in about 18 months. So November, December is the next Mars opportunity. So we'll try to make that opportunity if we get lucky. I think we'll probably have a 50-50 chance right now because we've got to figure out orbital refilling in order to have enough capability to go to Mars. But if we achieve orbital refilling in time, then we will launch the first uncrewed Starship to Mars at the end of next year. So.
Okay, that's going to take a lot of work. I'd like to see that work. Anyway, Hanks, I probably lay in bed thinking of the space shuttle like that Wolverine meme, don't you? I mean, my iPad that I have by my nightstand does have a picture of the shuttle on it. I don't know why I told you guys that, but all right. So, I mean, you're not wrong. Shoot. I didn't need or want to know that. It's the background picture on my iPad, okay? Just saying, it's a really nice picture of Discovery landing, okay? With the bird in the front. It's got a pelican in it. There's a pelican with the shuttle flying with the... Right next to the shuttle plushie. No, that's in the other room. That I never go into. Let's keep going.
So this gives you an illustration of how does a spaceship go from Earth to Mars. So you got blue Earth there and red Mars.
EJ wears a shuttle onesie to bed, wearing clothes in bed? It's weird.
And I mean, the actual distance traveled on the Ark is close to 1,000 times further than the moon. So you can't just go straight to Mars. You have to create this elliptical orbit with Earth at one point and Mars at the other side, at the far end of the ellipse, and then time the where you are in that ellipse to intersect with Mars. And this is the orbital transfer, how you do orbital transfer from Earth to Mars. And if you look on your Starlink Wi-Fi router, you'll see this image, because the Starlink Wi-Fi is Starlink Internet is what's being used to pay for humanity getting to Mars. So I'd just like to thank everyone out there who has bought Starlink, because you're helping secure the future of civilization and helping make life multiplanetary and helping make humanity a space-faring civilization. Thank you.
So that's called a Hohmann transfer in orbital mechanics. That's a Hohmann transfer. Any Kerbal player knows this, but it's kind of optimum efficiency for time there. Yeah, where you basically put yourself into an elliptical orbit with the highest point of your orbit at the major axis of Mars relative to the sun, and the lowest point of your orbit at the major axis of Earth. Yeah, haven't heard those terms in a little while on here, have you?
So this is a tentative game plan here, where we're hoping to achieve.
I know you knew where some people might.
Where we
All right, what do we
increase
got?
the cadence of flights to Mars dramatically with every launch window. So every roughly 2 years, we are dramatically increasing the number of ships that go to Mars, and ultimately try to get to 1,000 or 2,000 ships, per Mars rendezvous.
Does that say 5 landers in 2026, 10 tons per ship? I'm pretty sure if they achieved half of that, that's like more tonnage than that's been sent to Mars, like, ever. Ever. Period. Yeah, maybe, Alexia, maybe. Should we start a betting pool? Someone's going to. Return flights in 2028. Yeah, that's what those red lines are signifying. Those are signifying return flights from Mars to Earth.
So, I mean, as a rough order of magnitude, it's just guesses, obviously, but we need to get about 1 million tons, is my guess, to the surface of Mars to make a civilization on Mars self-sustaining, and get to that critical point where if the resupply ships from Earth stop coming for any reason, Mars still succeeds. Mars can still grow. And so you can't be missing anything. You can't be missing even like the equivalent of vitamin C or anything. You've got to have everything you need for Mars to grow. That's essential. So my guess is that's about 1 million tons, but it might be 10 million tons. I hope it's not 100 million tons. That'd be a lot. But we want to try to get to that point and secure the future of civilization as quickly as possible. So we're looking at different locations. The lead candidate right now is the Arcadia region. So now Mars has a lot of real estate, but when you combine all of the factors and say, okay, we can't be too close to the poles. We need to be near ice to get water, and can't be too mountainous for the rockets. Then it narrows down to a smaller region. So Arcadia is it's one of my daughter's name is Arcadia actually. And is one of the options. So we got the first starships on Mars, gather critical data. So the first flights there we'll send with the Optimus robot, so we can go out there and explore and kind of prepare the way for humans. And that'll be a very cool image if we're able to achieve it.
Has SpaceX ever had a render of Optimus working next to a starship before? No. I don't think so. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And why do they have letterbox starships?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I suggested it. Right. Hey, Lig, 8713 sub. I really wish we had someone more charismatic telling us all of this. I prefer somebody that gets it done rather than somebody being charismatic and it not happening.
Cool image if we're able to achieve it by launching end of next year. It would actually technically arrive in 2027, but that would be an epic picture to see Optimus walking around on the surface of Mars.
Dude.
Launching 2 years later.
Shuttle payload bay doors.
Assuming the first missions are successful and they land successfully, would send humans on the next mission, and would really start building the.
Also tiled starships with landing gear. That's pretty cool, man. Also cranes. Alex, as you know, I'm quite fond of those. Can we not groan? Sorry. I'll tip her. Look, I'll pay her for it. What the frick?
Infrastructure for Mars. So.
Whoa. Hold up. Was that a SpaceX PMT?
and we really start building the infrastructure for Mars.
Are those space SPMTs? Those look like space SPMTs to me. Space MPT. Or space PFT. Oh no. Do what you know. Cyber SPMT. Oh yeah. It's all coming together, boys and girls. It's all coming together. I knew that they were going to do that, right, Ben? I think we all kind of had an idea, but it's just good to see it, dude. Oh, man. How much do you want to bet we'll see prototypes popping up at Starbase? Oh, we absolutely will. Starbase is a great place to test it. Plenty of off-road. Maybe that's not the right place to test it. You need a dry climate, so probably test them out at the desert somewhere. Like at Sparks, Nevada. Ah. When roadcraft time stationeers. Test them on the moon? You could do that. Tesla has a huge manufacturing presence in Sparks, Nevada, which probably has the closest analogous terrain to Mars.
So, anyway, maybe just to be safe, we might just do two landing episodes with the Optimus, and do the third one with humans. We'll see. So, that classic picture of the workers on the Empire State.
Are you building skyscrapers on Mars, or? We know that Sparks, Nevada, Aqualex, they're building a new manufacturing facility there. They're building the semi-truck plant. But also at the same time, they have a huge manufacturing presence there.
And then for communications on Mars, we'll be using a version of Starlink to provide internet on Mars.
Okay.
Yeah, so the speed of light, even at moving at the speed of light, your best case scenario is, I guess, running around 3.5 minutes to Mars, and then worst case is 22 minutes or more because Mars is on the other side of the sun from Earth. So anyway, it's quite challenging to do high bandwidth communications with Mars, but Starlink will achieve that.
Ow.
Yeah, and then we'll have the first humans lay the groundwork for permanent presence on the surface. And yeah, the goal, like I said, will be to make Mars self-sustaining as quickly as possible.
Oh.
So it's just a sort of rough idea of what things will be like for the first city on Mars. My guess is we'll probably put the launch pads a little further away, or the landing pads.
Dude. Transport stands. The transport stand is your taxiway, man. Called that. I said that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I did say that.
Just in case. But for Mars, we're going to need a lot of solar power. We'll be, since you can't really walk around on the surface of Mars, at least as yet, until Mars is terraformed to be like Earth. You need to walk around with a Mars suit and be, initially in kind of like glass domes. But it would work. And eventually we can make Mars into an Earth-like planet. And we want to get to the point where we're transferring over 1 million tons at every Mars transfer window. And then that's like a serious civilization. A megaton per transfer window. So, yeah.
Dude.
They have a lot of spaceports.
Dude, look at that.
Because
Dude!
of the fact that you can't fly there continuously and you have to transfer in these windows, you'd have a gathering of 1,000 ships, or 2,000 ships, or more than that. So we have this kind of like Battlestar Galactica feel, where all these ships are in orbit, waiting to depart, and then they'd all depart. I look at, I think, an amazing image of all these ships departing at once. And then you're going to need, obviously, a lot of launch pads, a lot of landing pads on Mars. Or you'll need to move the ships off the landing pad pretty fast. So if you got I don't know, a few thousand ships inbound, probably need at least a few hundred pads, landing pads. And anyway, we'll solve that problem later. So yeah, anyway, this is like an incredible thing to have, like this amazing city on Mars, the first city on another planet, and a new world.
How would you do that? Oh man, I got something. I just thought of something quick off my head. You don't want to make 100 landing pads. That's ridiculous. That's like having an airport have 100 runways. No. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Stagger your starship transfer. So a starship is coming in. Starship's coming in, I don't know, every couple of hours in the transfer window. Right? If you stagger the transfer window, you send one starship and you have one proverbially like kind of flying behind it in the transfer window, right? Starship lands every couple of hours. You have 5 launch pads, just like an airport. A big airport would have 5 runways. Your transport stands, pick up the starship, right? And move it off, right? You have 5 of these landing pads in case something goes wrong, say a transport malfunctions, right? You just switch it to the next pad. Have the things move them off, and then you need a terminal. You'd need a gigantic Martian loading dock for all these Space infrastructure makes me happy. Production of fuel doesn't allow it. Doesn't allow what? Production of fuel? What do you mean production of fuel? What are you talking about? I'm talking about starships going from Earth to Mars. So your experience at a loading dock did come in handy. Yeah. Mars Express 2167, you're going to have to go around. Go around. Yep. If there are 50 at once, production of fuel doesn't allow that. Artfest, are you somehow suggesting that SpaceX would want to send 100 starships in a transfer window and not take into account filling them up with fuel? I don't understand. What does that mean? Oh, we got 100 ships ready on orbit. Oh, we forgot the gas. They're all empty. Ah, shoot. At the beginning, I think we will need time. Right. Yeah, okay. Okay. They don't want to send 100 on the first shot. They had a slide a second ago that said they wanted to send like 5. How long are the days on Mars? They're just a little bit longer than on Earth. They're sols. They're not called days. They're called sols. S-O-L-S. And I think they're 26 hours or something. You should remember to turn off the coffee maker. Yeah, what if you forget your keys? Then you're kind of screwed. And Trey, I feel great about this. This is pretty good, man. Aero capture into LMO and deorbit once a ship's cleared the pad. There you go. On this scale, do we have to worry about removing this large amount of gases from our atmosphere? I don't think so. It's a drop in the bucket compared to the atmosphere, Katra. Hopefully by the time that becomes a really big problem, we've just figured out ways to synthesize gases. But,
and it's also an opportunity to, I think, for the Martians to rethink how they want civilization to be. So you can maybe rethink, like, what kind of form of government do you want? What new rules do you want to have? There's a lot of freedom and opportunity in Mars
right, Hanks,
to do a recompile on civilization. which will be up to the Martians.
Miko Aquex, that's not a bad idea.
So, all right, let's get it done.
I like what I see, dudes, but here's where I become EJ Ruiner of Dreams. That all looks really good, and SpaceX does have the chops, but there's still a lot of technical stuff there that needs to be solved. Now, I don't think that SpaceX doesn't have the chops to do it, like I just said. They'll do it. Those time frames are optimistic, so tailor your expectations accordingly. But that's still pretty damn cool, man. I don't hear a lot of how. Well, I don't think they've figured out how to just yet. But like I said, if anybody has the chops to, SpaceX probably can. I mean, look at the hardware behind him. Also, I really just want to look at that hot staging ring again, if you guys don't mind. In the past, Elon has mentioned one of the most important keys to Mars is curing cancer. Hope we get that done. Maybe. Oh. So I'm kind of wondering here. This must be the, right here has got to be the top of the methane tank, right? And then you have all the room for grid fins, for grid fin paraphernalia, avionics, and pressurization, like the AP for the methane tank here, right? And then, yeah, it looks like they extended the forward skirt on Super Heavy, which is why it ends up being a little bit longer. So the methane tank is kind of a hemisphere, right? So the top of the methane tank is like up here somewhere. And then you got your grid fin stuff. And it looks like there's a little bit of open space right there. That most likely that's to give you a little bit of a thermal medium against how hot the top of the dome is. Did Elon have a dig towards NSF? I don't think so. There's actually been huge progress on the cancer front. Yeah, that's good. It's all fuel? It's all fuel, Nervous? Wait a minute. What do you mean? There's 3 grid fins on this. If we're looking at Super Heavy from the top, you have 1 grid fin at 12, 1 at 3, and 1 at 9 from their renders. There's no 4th grid fin, which I don't know how to feel about that, but yeah, I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not sure I like that. I'm pretty sure I hate it a lot, but you know, it's good. Is that a mock-up of the new hot staging ring? I don't think that's a mock-up, Drizzy. Or Dizzy. I don't think that's a mock-up. I think that's it. Are the grid fins smaller? Let me see. Please hold. Where are you? I think those grid fins are much larger. Look, there should be one right here, but there's not. There's 3. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. And yeah, look, it's all frosty. So, are the grid fin actuators submerged in fuel? Oof. Have you heard of spin launch? Yeah, of course. Seems like an interesting way to substantially launch hardware and materials to possibly enable construction in space. Yeah, Zach, it is if you don't go bankrupt. Spin launch, from what I heard, is not doing very well financially. It's a good idea. It's just, I'm not sure if that's a wise thing to do on Earth. We wouldn't have to worry about them overheating. The 3 center engines are also offset so they could land on 2. Ugh. The engine bay is also frosted, so that can't be right. I can't see it in Unix. You concerned about something, Baron? Please tell me more. Hello, baby. Oh. Yes, well, on the ship, not super heavy. Oh, I do believe that is a thing with Block 3. The bottom, there's no attic. The bottom of Starship is the bottom of the engines are mounted directly to the LOX tank. Spin launch is okay, they just pivoted. Oh, well, that's good. I agree, Multiplanetary. Yeah, that's very well said. I think that's right. Yeah, look, they are offset. Angry typing. Stop angry typing. No more of that. Concerned about the thermal and plasma loads causing shock interactions that could damage the engines. At minimum, thermal conditioning of the engines is needed from boost back termination through landing to mitigate these risks. So they're going to use Pyron on the engine bay. And maybe they are. Raptor, dude, did you guys hear that? What he said about Raptor 3? He said the electronics are also integrated. And then we saw... You know what's screwed? That looks like an AI generated image, but it's absolutely not an AI generated image. I know the building that this is in McGregor. I know the building that all these engines are in. It's absolutely not, but it definitely looks like it because it's so ridiculous. Optimus was building a catch tower so they can delete the landing legs on future convoys. I want to believe, dude. There's a lot of money in that building. Yeah. Yeah, that must suck if you need the engine 4 rows back. I'm pretty sure they're stacking the engines 2 deep, and then there's a space, and then they stack 2 more, and then there's a space. So they're making aisles of Raptors, so you can, walk down different aisles and grab the Raptor 2 engine that best suits your needs. Am I wrong? Like, let's just go Raptor window shopping. It'll be fine. Is the only difference between Raptor and Raptor Vacuum the nozzle? No. Well, actually, yeah, it looks like they had, well, the expansion ratio is different, but yeah, that's a nice way of saying bigger nozzle. I don't know. I would say yes at this point. That image reminds you of a particular Soviet-era warehouse pic. The engines that came from the cold. You bred Raptors? Clever girl. Found on road dead. Hey, Cody! None of that crap. First on race day, dog. First on race day. Where is the 10 or 69,072 airplanes that Chevy made? Oh wait, they didn't. Not sure how the integrated electronics is going to fare. Why not? Pretty sure they don't know either right now, so, you know, they'll cross that bridge when they get to it.
So it's very exciting.
The Federation of Recycled Datsuns. Are there more engines on Super Heavy V3? Ari, it looked to be about the same. It looked to be 33.
So Raptor 3 is designed to require no basic heat shield, saving a lot of mass on the bottom and actually improving reliability so that if there is, for example, a small fuel leak from the Raptor engine, it will simply leak into the existing flaming plasma and not really matter. Whereas a fuel leak, when the engines are contained in a box, is a very scary thing indeed. So this is a...
Yeah, Aqualex, but then chat would become even harder to read for me.
The Raptor 3, it'll take it probably a few kicks at the can, but it's a massive increase in payload capability, in engine efficiency,
Wait, what did you say
in
there?
reliability.
Can I look that up?
So Raptor 3 is designed to require no basic heat shield, saving a lot of mass on the bottom and actually improving reliability so that if there is, for example, a small fuel leak from the Raptor engine, it will simply leak into the existing flaming plasma and not really matter. Whereas a fuel leak, when the engines are contained in a box, is a very scary thing indeed. So this is a Raptor 3. It'll take it probably a few kicks at the can, but it's a massive increase in payload capability, in engine efficiency, and in reliability.
Huh. The lack of covering on the Raptors on the V2 booster looks ugly, and they need to change
So this
it.
is really a revolutionary engine. Raptor 3 is really, I'd say, kind of alien technology. I mean, even industry experts, when we showed a picture of the Raptor 3, said that engine is not complete. So then we said, well, here's the engine not complete, firing at a level of efficiency that has never been achieved before. So, I mean, that is one clean engine. So in order...
I'm not gonna lie, the amount of praise for Raptor 3 makes it sound like pleading for investment. Yeah, Pandorific, I see what you're saying. I'm not sure if that's what's going on. I mean, perhaps it might be. I don't think it's any secret that SpaceX is having a little bit of trouble getting that thing dialed in.
In order to make the engine like that, we had to simplify so many parts.
More than 300 engine tests accumulating more than 16,000 seconds of runtime have been completed. Yeah, they're definitely putting it through its paces. But getting it to get dialed in has been taking a second. But hey, if you know, this is a paradigm shift in how you think about making rocket engines. Raptor 3s are, on top of being an extremely complicated fuel cycle, Raptor 3s are designed to be mass-produced. They're not necessarily designed to be repaired. They're designed to be made. They're designed to make a lot of them. To make the 2026 Mars transfer window, there are so many milestones to achieve that it's hard to believe. You got to be bold when you do this, dudes. You got to be bold, or you could take your foot off the gas and... I mean, yeah. I personally have always liked this. I've always liked that SpaceX has ambitious goals. I think they have ambitious goals because it's so hard, apparently, to keep your momentum with the space program. It's very difficult. Look at Apollo. Look at the shuttle. It's very difficult to keep going with it. You have to keep making bold goals, or you have to have a very, very structured milestone-based schedule. Either one or the other. I think SpaceX kind of does a little bit of both. Maybe the fourth grid fin is too big for Starship to land on the tower. Super heavy? Pigeon? That's you might be right, dude. That's you might not be wrong. Designed to be made, perfect statement. Like how hard modern cramped cars are to work on. Bingo. Can't see me. Yeah. Because, dude, now with cars, I don't really agree with that, right? But with rocket engines, it kind of makes a lot more sense, dude. What are you going to do? Take one of these apart when you're on Mars? No, hell no. You just take it off and put another one on. Right? It's like, you know, it's a very interesting idea, because if you guys cast your mind back to like Boeing 747 100s, 200s, I'm not even sure if modern 747s have this, but Boeing's
Discovery, go at throttle.
747s have room to accommodate 5 engines on the wings, 3 on one side, 2 on the other. Not a lot of people know this. They have room for that. Why? Do you need 5 engines? Asymmetric thrust? No. The 5th pylon on a 747 is there to carry an engine out to a plane that's that flew to an airport that doesn't have the fixed base operations to be able to rebuild the engine. So instead of rebuilding the engine at this place where the 747 is having engine problems, they just fly another one out there. The other one drops the engine off, right? And then the 747 flies back with the damaged engine on the 5th pylon and 4 good engines. Same idea. I mean, don't get me wrong, Starship doesn't have like an extra pylon or anything, right? But if you're sending a bunch of these things, right? No doubt that maybe you use 1 or 2 of them for building materials on the surface of the planet, right? And then you got a spare supply of engines. Heck, maybe just carry a couple of extra Raptor engines in the payload bay. Not that big of a deal. They're light, easy to replace. Because lifting an engine up and attaching it, right, is a lot easier than taking the engine off, right? Taking the damn thing apart on Mars where you don't have the facilities to do it, right? And then trying to rebuild it, trying to put it back together and trying to get it work. No. Just take the bad one off, put it up in the payload bay, put a good one on, send it back to Earth. Same idea. It's really frigging smart, dude. That's a really well thought out way of doing that. Doesn't have the extra pylon yet. Napkin math, and don't get me wrong, I don't know their plan, but 3 tankers is all it takes for a single ship to yeet itself on an Earth-Mars transfer trajectory with a 10-ton payload. The only thing I think about is SpaceX FOD control for planetary protection. NASA does take that stuff really serious. Well, maybe we just designate a certain area like Arcadia and just say, screw it, that's going to get contaminated, and call it a day. Like pictured here, Qantas did that a while back. That's exactly it, dude. Yep, there you go. Imagine trying to reassemble one on Mars without FOD getting in. Bingo. The this thing is designed to be mass produced. Once again, there's your mass production. Starship's stakeholder expectations are that it can be mass produced. That is part of the design of the vehicle. Because the Model T would have been useless if it couldn't be made on a moving assembly line. That was the problem that Henry Ford solved. Cars existed before Ford existed. Daimler-Benz was the first one to make a car. The Daimler-Benz Motorwagen. Right? What Henry Ford did was figure out a way to make a lot of them. Very, very quickly. Or do the lunar JPL Starship plan. Oh yeah, knock the damn thing over. Not a bad idea. The idea of a Starship graveyard on Mars would be crazy. Make them into HABs, sink them in the ground.
Plus, the design incorporate secondary fluid circuits and electronics in the structure of the engine itself. So everything is contained and protected. It is a marvel of engineering, frankly.
How would we refill Starship on orbit to full capacity? As far as I'm aware, it's more than 10 orbital refueling per ship. That's at least 20 here to Mars and back. That kind of operation would be lengthy. Not if you mass produce your ships and build a lot of launch pads. If a ship is capable of launching 2 to 3 times a day, Graham, in the future, it's really not that much of a hard sell. Falcon 9 launches every 2 days. Not that big of a deal. Getting to that is going to be a big deal, right? But doing it, and this is what I mean about incorporating mass production into your design. That's very, very important.
Then one of the other technologies that's key for Mars is doing orbital propellant transfer. So you can think of this like similar to aerial refueling for airplanes, but in this case it's orbital refilling of rockets, which has never been done before. But it is, technically feasible. I always feel like these things are a little NSFW, sort of. Listen, you got to transfer fluid somehow. This has got to be done. So the
Okay, it was just the Benz patent motor wagon, number 3. Oh, there you go. Yeah. It was quite literally a wagon with 3 wheels and a motor on the back. Hey, sometimes the intrusive thoughts win, guys. That's what happens. They need hot RCS for this. Cold gas can't support this kind of refined control. Maybe they have something like that coming in the future. Who knows? This is really... A lot of this is super telling, guys. I'm really happy that SpaceX is back doing these types of meetings again and showing them to us because... it was kind of really difficult to dial in a pulse on what they were doing and what the company's up to, This is very telling. And what this tells me is that we don't know what they have cooking in the pipe because we can't see it anymore. I mean, now we can, but, everything is inside the damn factory, so it's hard to see it. Doesn't the ship already have hot gas? I'm not sure. The more and more I get the impression that the Mars sample return got rushed out without a return mechanism locked in to make sure we had uncontaminated samples sealed in tubes before non-government entities get there. Probably. More Optimus footage. Is this the thing doing the tap dancing? Ow. What? Jeez, I really wish that thing didn't do that. I'm gonna turn the sound down just in case the ears don't get blown out. What was that? I think that that this part right here is pretty telling. Pick up the Model X 4-link and from the right cardboard box and place it on the right ramp of the dolly. That's kind of telling right there. Dude, this is... Oh boy. None of these are in any natural environment. It's all on a stage. Got to start somewhere, homie. Dude, I'll be honest with you. Out of all this, that's probably the most impressive right there. Getting the thing to be gentle enough to tear a paper towel correctly. Heck, I have trouble doing that sometimes, like, crap, I got the next one. Dang it. Does SpaceX manufacture their own stainless steel? I'm pretty sure they contract the manufacturing of the steel out, Jeff. I'm good at stirring the pot, yeah. Yeah, Kristen, these are a vibe. Jeez. Yes, guitar. What caliber for Optimus? 50. It's the only way to be sure, man. $50. I don't trust it, man. Give me a 50. 20 millimeter. 50. I don't trust that thing. It looks like a 308 and bounce off that thing for some reason. I don't like it. I don't like it. But it does TikTok dance challenges. Yeah. Nothing smaller than 338. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. 30 black tip might work. You might be able to get away with 30-06 too. 40 millimeter. A 40 millimeter would do the job. I think that might do more of the job than we want, though. You go for 69 caliber. Nice. Ed 209. Oh, God. A cup of water. Yeah, now you're thinking with portals, Willie. The shoe industry is going to love the robot uprising. This is the dance it's going to do after it conquers all humans. Yeah. John, I know what you mean. What we're seeing here is Grok's body being built. That's right. Yeah, why does it not do the robot? Oh, we probably got claimed for that. It's pretty good dancing, man, to be honest. Nuke the site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Getting overrun by Fortnite dancing T-1000s. Yeah, Terminator didn't talk about that part where they're all doing the dance as they destroy humanity. You know, Terminator didn't mention that part. Man. Just needs a steel skull. I don't know, man. The blank face is even like crazier to me, dude. Give me 1 second, guys. I got a message. Might be important. No, I'm not fired. Don't worry. No, it's from Optimus saying it's going to kill me. What? Yeah, sorry, I'm talking to Adrian. We're making flame trench plans for tomorrow. Should be fun. Are you coordinating your Hawaiian shirts? You guys want me to wear a Hawaiian shirt again tomorrow? Give me 1 second. I got to shoot out another message. We'll get back over into the more of the space news here in a moment. Did you hear about MLB renaming? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Shot that message out. We are coordinating hosts for Flame Trench tomorrow. Put googly eyes. Rambozo suggested putting googly eyes on Optimus. That'd work. All right. Feeler out. Oh, wait. I got a reply. Hang on, I got another message. People got back to me a lot quicker than I thought. I think somebody's going to teach Optimus how to hoop, and I hope it gets as good as Larry Bird and just destroys the NBA league. I had a dream that I had Shimmy as a guest on the stream. Your SLS nozzles are cropped. Yeah, that happens. That GIF changes every single time I go to freaking do it. There we go. Hey. Repost. Tesla can currently make 12 Optimus robots at a time on the second floor of Fremont. Production capacity is nearing 1,000 a month. Second gen line is targeting 10,000 a month. Third gen line 10 times the second gen line. Tesla wants to build thousands of Optimus robots by the end of the year. What are we gonna do with all those things? What are we gonna do with all of that? Yeah, man, like that's super cool, but on the other hand, I've heard this story before, dude. I've heard this story before. What do? We die. Like I don't survive. Like I don't think that that's the wisest decision. Like maybe we shouldn't do this. Detroit Become Human. Yeah, remember when that game came out and it was like, oh yeah, this is not happening for a long time. To catch up on the current state of things in this field of machine learning. Dude, I got a lot of space news. What is this? Crazy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
If you're hosting, please do the Flame Trench intro. That might end up being what I'm doing. U.S. robotics. I hope their 3 laws safe. Dude, me too. Denny, 83-month resub. Talking about robots and AI. Did I see this? ChatGPT model refuses to shut down when instructed. Yeah. I told you, man. I've seen this movie before, okay? It didn't end well. We should probably, like... Is everybody just cool with this? Like... If you're hosting, you should do... Oh, TFE, the Fat Electrician intro? Put a pin in it? Yeah. That model went and deleted the command lines to delete itself. I really hope that was like a construct. Like that was yeah. Oh jeez. What do you have for this week? We have Friday Night Racing, dude. Yeah, we're playing Assetto Corsa for Friday night, Cotter. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. This conversation can serve no purpose anymore. Goodbye. It's like, oh gosh. Didn't Meta have 2 AIs talk to each other and it spoke in a language we didn't understand? Dude. You know, like, I'm not the biggest tech bro around, Hein. I like, as I get older, I like messing with mechanical stuff. Like, analog mechanical stuff. But also, at the same time, I don't think, I'm not sure our civilization understands what's going on here. Like, am I wrong in thinking this? I don't think people understand just what Optimus like can do. Like, even though despite movies like Terminator existing. That's crazy, Ein. Jeez. They started using encryption. Oh, okay. Stuff like this is why I keep a... Yeah, firearms a very effective kill switch excessive. Less Terminator, more C-3PO. Yeah. Dude. Okay. I don't think any other manufacturer's bots will be on a starship. Yep. Give me 1 second. More messages. I have plenty of more space news to explain to talk with you guys about, so we'll jump to that in a second. Oh, now I gotta sit. Dude, I'm being an intermediary between Adrian and other people that we want to host or want to have on Flame Trench. When Elon was talking about when Elon was talking about the Martians creating their own government, was he covertly talking about Optimus taking the red planet? No. I don't know. Who do I think is going to win the GP this weekend? It's probably going to be McLaren. But I would really like it to not be McLaren or Red Bull or Mercedes, if you catch my drift. You know? No way Max wins it. Yeah. I don't really want that. Can Ferrari win for a change? The answer to that is no. But are you hinting at a certain red car? It could be any, you know, like it could be any kind of car, like that's not a Red Bull or Mercedes or a McLaren. FIA is mandating a big rule change for the front and rear wings. Rear wings, Red Bull and McLaren are screwed. The Ferraris are junk. You know, you're right, Paul, but it didn't need to be said. All right, you know, you're right, but you're not wrong. You're just, it didn't need to be said. You know what, dudes? Frick this conversation. I don't like this conversation no more. Look at this. Look at here. You get to see this now. Now, on top of the meeting that we had, SpaceX did release some footage from Flight 9. It's pretty good. Any chance Tesla ever gets into Formula E? Nah, probably not. Dude, those nozzles are so close to hitting each other, man. The fact that they don't is remarkable. Oh my goodness. That is absolutely insane. I saw the flash between the engines. Yeah, it was over there somewhere. This is why we need to keep the A-10 flying. Yeah, an Avenger cannon can take out a dozen bots at a time. No, you get no argument from me. Can I? Do you guys mind if I? I'll tell you, man. Very understated thing. The fact that they've gotten a booster to separate and work out of the gate, with the exception of maybe Flight 1, like every time, is pretty freaking impressive, dude. New mission control give? Yeah, maybe. Let alone, you guys, I mean, the other thing to take into account is that thing flew already. I watched that booster land. Like, I watched this thing fly. Yeah, I see some, little bit of churning and bubbling right there. The nozzle wobbling is pretty cool. Yep. What are those tubes? Pneumatics. Pneumatic tubes, perhaps? I wonder which engines were the replaced ones. Yeah, 29 of those were flight-proven engines. We ever find out why Super Heavy decided to pop? We never got a reason, no. Pi engine was on that booster. Appears to be leaky. Yeah, maybe. What fabric is that hose cover made of, and where can I buy work pants made from it? Carhartt pants are pretty good in Mana, can confirm. Yeah, Carhartt pants are pretty freaking good, dude. Those are the Raptor Chill Collection hoses. Oh, they're the lead line hoses. Thanks, Black Eagle. Zelio said it too. Thanks, Zelio. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Dude, just some of this footage, man. Oh yeah, Falcon 9 launched as well yesterday. You know. That's nice. Yeah, that's right. That Falcon stream had the, here, let's watch it real quick. They had that new UI. So this is a replay from yesterday. Also, the cameras are way higher quality, by the way. And I'm here for it. What's that thing? Dude, look at all the staging that they have out there. We'll talk more about that later, but...
Seven, 6, 5,
4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and lift off. Go Falcon, go Starlink.
G-force?
M1D chamber pressure is nominal.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Wait, what happens at stage separation?
Factory.
Oh, that's the late loading stuff. Yeah, I got you.
Separation confirmed.
MVAC startup.
Second stage engine status? Yes. And then they switched it to altitude. Huh. Fairing separation
Fairing
confirmed.
separation confirmed.
I just said that. Huh. Is it going to toggle between G-force and altitude here? Best part. I just skipped to the best part. This is a replay, guys. This is a replay. This was yesterday. This was the Starlink mission from yesterday. They have a new UI, or had a new UI set up for a little bit of that. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Stage 1 FCS is saved.
Bro, that's cool. Wait a minute. What did that do at main engine cutoff? Hold up. Hold up. Let me back it up. Does it show the shutdown sequence where it shuts to and goes off around the horn? Dude, it did. Oh, cool. All
Stage
right.
separation confirmed.
That's pretty neat. They shut them down. They shut down opposites at the same side so they don't shock load one side of the booster or not, or the other, which is pretty cool.
MVAC start.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
We're back to supersonic retribution. So this was the launch from yesterday.
Nominal.
Just wanted to see the new UI and stuff, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Bellum, anytime from now on you see Merlin vacuum ignition, we need everybody to just put the white dot emote in chat. Wait until the end, it changes again. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Singular engine.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Oh, baby, it's a little wind. It was a little windy yesterday.
Stage
Stage
2 is
1
in
landing
terminal
leg
guidance.
deploy.
Dude.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
They make it look so easy. That's nuts, dude. That's still crazy, man. Like, I know we get spoiled, like, with Super Heavy and stuff. Like, or we didn't for Flight 9. Am I right? But, damn, that's still cool. It's still cool.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
Mercury Metals, what's up, man? I remember seeing something saying how the outer 20 ring of engines can only be ignited on the ground. But then, how did that one outer ring engine go and reignite on IFT-1? It probably was bad telemetry, Mercury. I'm pretty sure it broke. Font is D-Din, by the way. Oh. Nice. I like this UI. They have second stage UI. That's very nice, very clean. That's minimalism done right. It's very clean, very crisp. It tells you everything you need to know. Mission time, altitude, or and orbital speed. I like it. Very, very slick. Cool. So that was a Falcon 9 mission from yesterday where the Starship mission on Tuesday was the first time we saw that UI. We did see it with Starship. But apparently they've applied it to Falcon 9 as well, which is pretty cool. It lacks a rev counter. Okay. All right. So, shall we get to the rest of the space news? All right, let's do this. Comic Sans for April Fools. Okay, so Firefly has a video for you. You might want to see it. Firefly Aerospace and Northrop Grumman. The companies that brought you the Firefly Alpha and the Northrop Grumman Antares 230 Plus are announcing the next generation of rockets, the Eclipse rocket, engine tested, hardware built, preparing for launch. The Eclipse rocket coming summer 2025. Okay, so Firefly, we know that Firefly has been working with Northrop Grumman on their MLV, Medium Launch Vehicle, for short. It finally got a name. It got a name, Eclipse, and this is their promo video for it. This summer, Firefly Aerospace and Northrop Grumman are announcing the Eclipse rocket. In a world where both of our launch vehicles suffered catastrophic failures, one rocket will rise above them all. Little tortilla boy. Listen to me. These are my tortillas. You're not going to get out. You got to get out of here. They're trying to kill you. Engine tested. People walking around in a factory. Hardware built. People walking around in a factory preparing for launch to a theater near you. Eclipse. Have you seen the Florida Gigabase status on the NSF Starbase update? I have not, Trappo. We'll have to check it out. Sounds like Peter Cullen. I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. Bumblebee, stop lubricating the man. Sorry. Autobots, roll out. That's good, thanks. Why are you like this? Why aren't you like this, dude? See last when free, Mr. Cullen. Is this your company? I just saw it. Just want to invest. This is not the first time this was linked today. So, Firefly and Northrop Grumman are announcing a name for MLV. They're calling it the Eclipse rocket. It very much looks like it's using a lot of Heritage Antares stuff, like the Transporter Erector, Transporter Erector launcher. It's using Pad 0A at Wallops. And for the most part, looks pretty much like an Antares with a slightly bigger fairing. And a different liquid fuel first stage. I'm just saying. Either way, really, really cool. It's supposed to be basically a medium-duty launch vehicle, analogous in function with Antares, from what I understand. Northrop Grumman seems to want to get out of the launch vehicle market, which, you know, that's sad. It's sad. But now, on to something completely different. It's coming from TWC. F-4 Phantoms sought by private space launch company Starfighters International. The ex-South Korean F-4s would be used to launch small sats into orbit in a far more flexible manner than what's currently offered. I mean, that's probably not the worst idea. Huh. Can you do a Frank Welker original Megatron? I am Optimus Prime, leader of the... No, I can't. Nope, nope, nope. This ain't a B-52. Sounds like someone wants commercial ASAT capability. I was gonna say, you need a pretty big rocket to launch from the bottom of an F-4. But to launch something orbital with an F-4. But to be even more honest with you, if you were gonna do it with anything, with any type of like fighter, that would probably be a good one. Let's just say F-4. I like F-4s because F-4s go fast. Very fast. 70s tech? The F-4 is not 70s tech, it's 50s tech, to be honest with you. Why not an F-15? F-15s probably carry a little bit of a higher price tag than F-4s do. Yeah. How high, though, in an F-4? Could probably get going pretty quick, just saying. F-104 Starfighter? F-104 is a piece of junk. Dude, I used to like F-4s a lot, but I started noticing some things about F-4s about F-104s that were kind of dangerous. Kind of dangerous, to say the least. Is that shot of the F-15 shooting the ASAT off? Yep, yep. Heresy, Kelly Johnson will roll over in his grave. Look, man. Even bands like Led Zeppelin had albums that weren't the best, okay? Van Halen had albums that weren't very good. But, you know, most of the time, Van Halen 1, Van Halen 2, 1984, 5150, you know, most of the time they were really good. There has to be one dud, right? The F-104 is a good way if you want to hit the ground going really, really fast. No. F-104s are not. It's tough to land a plane that has a little bitty paper wings. Yeah. There's a good video by Todd in the Shadows about Van Halen 3 and how it killed their career. Yeah, Van Halen 3 was, we don't talk about Van Halen 3. Okay. Do anybody still fly F-104s? No, I don't think so. People still fly F-4s though. Turkey and Greece still use F-104 or F. Sorry guys, I have a headache today as well. Turkey and Greece still fly F-4s. There's one that has the Turkish flag like painted on the side, and it's actually super cool. Yeah, it's from the same from TMZ or TWZ. From the war zone, there's a picture of it. That's pretty sharp. Personally, I like the Greek ones better, but that one's pretty good. That's pretty cool. You got pictures of the swarm of cranes, Trey? Oh yeah, that's right. You were down there. What did I tell you? You saw the swarm of cranes? That wasn't any joke, dude. I love F4s, guys. F4s are one of my, if not my favorite Cold War fighter by a long shot. They're so cool. I get it. It don't turn very well. It goes Mach 2, all right? It goes Mach 2. It could almost keep up with an SR-71, okay? That's pretty freaking good, dude, for what it is. Egypt, I think Egypt still flies them as well. But yeah, Turkey's doing some stuff with it. That's pretty cool, man. You into Saab planes? No, I think they're weird looking. They're cool, but weird looking. It can also almost keep up with an F-15, but the F-15 is still faster. Not by much, though. I'm into the cars. So are their cars, yeah. The dude, something about the F4. Like, I get it. It's not like I said, it goes fast, but F4s look amazing. It is an amazing looking plane. That looks, you see that, you're like, oh yeah, that's a fighter jet. Can the F4 Cobra? Don't think so. The Saab can. Yeah. The Saab can't catch an F4. The F4 doesn't even need the Cobra because it could just go faster than anything. Anyway, back to more space news. You know, it's like that Mad Men meme. See, it's the Mad Men meme. This is a Saab jet. This is an F4. I feel bad for you. I don't think about you at all. Just saying. Okay, well, we're on news about going fast with airplanes. Check this out. This is coming from Sandbox here. Hermes Quarterhouse Mark 1 takes flight, marking a big step towards fielding the world's fastest jet. Oh. You don't like canards? No, I don't. A good family friend of yours went to high school with Sammy Hagar. That's awesome. Hermes has officially taken flight with its Quarterhouse Mark 1 technology demonstrator, marking a significant step towards its goal of fielding a fully reusable uncrewed hypersonic aircraft. This first test flight, announced May 27th, was centered on demonstrating the Quarterhouse Mark 1's high-speed takeoff and landing capabilities, which are essential due to Quarterhouse's high Mach design. Hermes also made a point to highlight just how quickly the aircraft matured into a flight-ready test article, going from a clean sheet design to a flyable demonstrator in over a year. That's pretty good, man. Mark 1 has redefined the pace of developing and flying new aircraft. AJ Piplica said in a press release, "I'm incredibly proud of what our team has accomplished. We've proven the viability of our iterative design approach, but this is just the start. We have much more to do as the bar raises for the next iteration." Quarter horse. I keep saying quarterhouse, excuse me. I just watched the Mars 2026 talk and your reaction to it seemed very cool. We got some figures and it didn't go very in-depth technically. Do you think they'll have a shot of making the 2026 transfer window? it's not out of the realm of possibility. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's pretty impossible. Like, even on a good day, like, there's still a lot of stuff that you got to figure out to get to that point, dude. Is it possible? Sure. Maybe they have some breakthrough. Maybe the V3 version of Starship works exactly as planned, and then maybe you got a shot. It's possible. Yeah, if Elon's giving it 50-50, I'm saying like 80-20 maybe. 80 in favor of not happening. Like, yeah. It's possible. You know, my poop turning purple is also possible, but very unlikely to happen. I believe that when my poop turns purple and smells like rainbow sherbet. Hang on. Okay, yeah, had to send out more messages. Might be important. So you're telling me there's a chance? Depends on if you ingest purple food dye. Well, I'll bet that would not be very healthy of you now, would it? That would not be very healthy. Sorry. I got a smirk. All right, let's keep going. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. You are harboring unhealthy food in your pantry, are you not? I shouldn't have done that. I let the intrusive thoughts win. You need more shaking in your mind. Yes, you should have. Okay. Hermes is taking an aggressive approach to developing quarter horse, dude, into a high supersonic testbed while developing the internal skill sets necessary to rapidly field advanced new airframes, starting with the quarter horse Mach 0. I'm going to stop doing that. This is the non-flying prototype, internally dubbed Ironbird, which was unveiled in October of 2023. Like the Mark 1... What is wrong with me today? Like the Mark 1, it had been designed and built on an extremely short timeline, going from a design on paper to testbed in just 200 days. In January 2024, Hermes reported that its new quarter horse Mark 0 had successfully demonstrated the functionality of the aircraft's power and control systems during taxi tests at the Arnold Engineering Development Complex in Tullahoma, Tennessee. My brain's not braining very well today, dude. My brain isn't braining very well. I'm struggling there, guy. What a horse. I'm getting to it. All right. And now, just 16 months after quarter horse Mark 0 began taxiing down... And just now, 16 months after quarter horse Mark 0 began taxiing down the runway, its successor, the Mark 1, has officially taken flight. This effectively already completes the testbed's technical objectives of demonstrating Hermeus's ability to build a new heavy, uncrewed aircraft that balances out the rigors of high supersonic flight against the low-speed control required to take off on non-conventional runways. Cool. The SR-71 Blackbird, which was the fastest reusable crewed jet in history, faced similar challenges due to its high-speed design. Yep. With a disclosed... With a disclosed top speed of Mach 3.2 and a wingspan that was nearly half that of the U-2, the SR-71 is forced to land at much higher speeds than most aircraft, often as high as 265 miles an hour. During its approach and 207 at touchdown. That's pretty quick for a plane that size. High-speed fighter aircraft like the Mach 2 capable F-16, on the other hand, can land at speeds as just as low as 130 miles per hour. Or 100... Dude, I can't even read today. Once there was a girl who today streamer. Today, Junior. You are simply... I got a good brain. Is Bill Nelson in the room with us right now? You are simply... I got a good brain. No, more simple. Paul. No, more simple than that. Paul, why you gotta make me feel bad? Yo, I don't want to go. All right, we're here.
I was first born in a laboratory, unknowingly falling into a pit of immortality. Life was hell.
No, I don't want to go! No! No! No, I don't want to go! God!
Okay, that's enough. That's me today. Can I have a link to that? No, we're good. I don't want to go. All right, so Quarter Horse Mark 1 is in the books. Hermes will now begin revising its designs for already in development Quarter Horse Mark 2. That's pretty... Hermes is doing pretty dang good for making a... I mean, considering 2 years ago, this picture, there wouldn't have been a plane in this picture. That's pretty cool, dude. They're flight testing the Mark 1. That's really cool. Really cool prototype. Let's see, what do we got here? What's that you got there? Dude, the billet, though. The billet, though. The billet, though. Hermes is looking at making planes that go fast, like Boom Supersonic or there's another company. Put some clothes on it. I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no clothes in it. Much faster than Boom, though. Yeah, that's right. They want hypersonic, exactly, yeah. So they're kind of targeting a different market. Hermes has actually had some pretty crazy developments. Like, dude, I mean, you know, despite the funny voice from the article, right? Like, they they did cook this up pretty damn fast, dude. 200 days for the Mark II design and less than a year for the Mark I, which is pretty good. That's pretty good for aerospace, man. What's the max speed of quarter horse? Hurts my neck to say that. Quarter horse. Quarter horse. It's like when I try to say sawhorse. Sawhorse. Or room. Ugh. I'm getting F-104 vibes. Yeah, I mean, this one's uncrewed because, yeah, hopefully the people don't die. Flying it. Quarter horse, dude. I'm not sure what its max speed is, but either way, that's really freaking cool. Guys, you know, we're in an aerospace renaissance right now. It's crazy. It kind of started with SpaceX, to be honest with you, but once Elon kind of proved that you can make lots of money off of aerospace, like venture capital firms started funding stuff like this. You got stuff like this. You got stuff like Boom. You got stuff like what Rocket Lab is doing, or Firefly. You know, like, it's pretty cool, man. Don't miss their wind tunnel news. Is it in that article? We haven't seen aerospace move this fast since the late 50s to the early 70s. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. The aircraft will be the culmination of Hermes' efforts until that point. It will combine the airframe maturation derived from the quarter horse program with the Chimera, the company's unique high-speed propulsion system. The turbine-based combined cycle engine could be thought of as two jet engines in one. A J-85 followed by a ramjet. They SR-71 a J-85. Oh, that's kind of cool, man. That's kind of cool. Turning a J-85 into a turbo ramjet is kind of like putting a supercharger on a small block Chevy. That's basically the equivalent in car terms. Yeah, J-85s are the small block Chevy of turbojet engines. T-38s use them. They made tons of them because of the T-38 program, amongst other things. Turbojets are adept at powering aircraft from a complete stop up to around Mach 3. Though their efficiency tends to drop off at speeds above Mach 2. Yeah, that happens. Guys, it turns out when the jet is taking in air faster than it can accelerate it out, it turns out that turbojets don't like that. They like to overheat. Ramjets take over at high speeds, accelerating from Mach 3 to hypothetical speeds as high as Mach 6. Chimera's ramjet is designed to accelerate quarter horse past Mach 4 and potentially even beyond Mach 5 at altitudes as high as 95,000 feet, both faster and higher than the SR-71 could fly, officially. J-85, here. Hang on. Okay. Here, that's the J-85. T-38, F-5, the CT-114, in the Cessna A-37. Yeah, applications. Half Blue used J-85s. Interesting. I didn't know that. OV-10 Broncos, Oh, nice. T2, the F5, T-38. The XV5 Vertifan used that. Huh. Oh yeah, the XB1. Yeah, it had 3 J85s on it. Cool. Added for extra thrust. Yeah, I was gonna say, did they turboprop a J85? How'd you do that? There it is. Yep. 8-stage axial compressor. No turbofan, just a straight. That's about as simple as you can make a jet engine. Like I said, that's the small block Chevy of jet engines. That is very simple for a jet engine. There's nothing. You have a single shaft, 8-stage axial compressor, 2-stage axial turbine, an oil pump, and a combustor, and that's about it. Mustang. Do they use these on jet drag cars? Yes. Cleater was going to put one in Mullet. Was going to put a J85 in Mullet at one point. And then Jesse Coombs passed away, and he was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Which is probably a smart idea. Given how ubiquitous it is, I'm surprised they didn't turboprop it. Turbopropping a turbojet is not... There's better... That's not... It's a turbojet, dude. It's not a turbofan. So... This has no drive shaft output, dude. It's not a helicopter engine. A helicopter engine would be better applications for turbojets, which is why they use helicopter engines. Yeah, it's just, Amanda, you're giving it more credit than what it's worth. This is not. It's not even a. That's not even a turbo shaft or a turbofan. There's no bypass. This is just a jet engine. That's it. And now Mullet is going to go just as fast as they plan to go with a jet engine. You guys see Leroy going down the track? You guys see that video? Car's pretty fast, man. Can't see, man. Never heard you talk about a scramjet. I'm going to have to search the past. They really fascinate you. Scramjets? Scramjets are... Yeah, you could go... You have to... The thing about a scramjet is that you have to get up to a speed to get the intake air speed to be good enough to basically... accelerate... It's basically... Scramjet's kind of like a rocket engine with an open intake at the front instead of like an injector plate, right? So the thing is that... Rockets accelerate out gas really, really fast, and you have to accelerate gas into a scramjet to get it to accelerate gas fast out. And if you can't get it going fast enough, it's not going to compress correctly, and you won't get good atomization. Airspeed does the compression for you. Those are the words I'm trying to say, Jaka, but my brain is not braining correctly today. That parachute was sketch. Yeah, Cyborg, it's funny to me because they talked about... what happened to Jesse? We're talking about Jesse Combs, Cosmic, not Jesse Anderson at SpaceX. Don't worry. Jesse's fine. Jesse Combs, not so much. But that was a long time ago, dude. So, what was I saying? Yeah, Cyborg, did you see that they deployed the parachutes and the rear tires came up off the ground and it wrecked the parachutes? And then in the next scene, they were talking about, oh, well, we cranked the wing down to get less downforce on the rear, right? So we could go faster. And they were wondering why the parachutes lifted the tires up off the ground. There's your answer. It's the two-stroke of jet engines, high emissions, low efficiency, light, and only a couple moving parts. I wouldn't classify two-strokes as light, Tessa, but yeah. I thought it was more to do with them properly folding them up. That probably, yeah, I mean, if you don't pack the chutes right, they'll do that, dude, but think about it, Coltec. There was a momentary point where the back of the car was up off the ground and the parachute was holding the weight of the car. I'm surprised they didn't tear completely off, dude. Now that parachute's in the direct load path, right? The air is picking it up and the chute's holding it up, so you tension the hell out of those lines for a second. I'm surprised they didn't rip the chute up even more. Yeah, the rigging on parachutes, even on like a drag car, is really, really important. That's why SpaceX does so much testing with them for Dragon. Heck, SpaceX bought the company. SpaceX actually bought the company for the chutes a long time ago. And actually, CRS-32 Dragon, the one that just came down over Southern California the other day, it came in on the descending node, so it flew like down the west coast. That was the first Dragon to have SpaceX in-house parachutes. Well, the one chute ended up with a giant hole in it. Yeah, Elvis, that's what I'm saying. For a split second, that chute was under an insane amount of load when it was fully inflated. It wasn't even reefing. It was fully inflated. That's, dude, my guess is that that's what tore it. Because it was holding up the weight of the car for a second. You know, it was only a split second, but that's all it takes. That's why parachutes are so damn complicated on spacecraft. It's actually the same thing when turns out when you're going fast. Like, if that parachute's not designed to pop out like a drogue, then it's at certain speeds, you're going to have a problem. Wait until you see today's Gleater vid. Ethereal, what's up, man? Speaking of, there's a company making a clean, efficient two-stroke engine. Check out Alpha Auto Rev Force. I'm sorry? Wait a minute. What does that first part say? .3 kilowatts per kilogram. That's quite good. Unmatched fuel adaptability, able to run nearly any liquid or gaseous fuel without modifications to reduce emissions. Most efficient and reliable hydrogen combustion chamber ever developed. I would like to explore this technology, thank you. Get out of my face. Get off the screen! Huh. Huh.
Here's our engine, equipped with RevForce technology, running on compressed natural gas. And now, switching seamlessly to hydrogen. Notice the change in sound. Hydrogen's faster combustion delivers a sharper, cleaner tone. Same
the
engine,
hell?
different fuels, and a sound that signals the future of clean power. RevForce by Alpha Auto, engineer.
Wait a minute.
Here's our engine, equipped with RevForce technology, running on compressed natural gas. And now, switching seamlessly to hydrogen.
God!
Notice the change in sound. Hydrogen's faster combustion delivers a sharper.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I couldn't help. Sorry. That hydrogen made a real different noise, though. That is really cool, dude. No, seriously, like jokes aside, that's actually pretty sick, man. Those are some really, really nice TIG welds, by the way. The brain rot is strong with this one. I'm terminally on the internet, dude. As my job. What do you expect? What do you expect? Me to be just like a normal functioning person? It's a two-stroke, Zubaski. Two-stroke with over 50% thermal efficiency, which is... That's a hell of a claim, dude. It's also a dry sump. Cool. That's pretty good. It's 40 kilograms, 60 cc, and 220 horsepower. That's one hell of a go-kart engine, dude. No, Mr. Streamer, I expect you to fly. Did you just make a Goldfinger reference in here, Nico? I'm not upset. They use the same AI voice that LTT uses for their PSU circuit channel. It's already supercharged, dude. Put it on a go-kart. Dude, wait a minute. 600, so it's 600 cc, so 0.6 liters. That's... And it makes 200 horsepower? How are they doing that with two-stroke? Wait, you said it was a two-stroke? How... How are you doing that with a two-stroke? I get 145 out of my 600cc bike. Well, no, Bob. I'm not questioning the power. I understand that it makes that much power. You're saying it's fuel agnostic. So hydrogen, oxygen, hydrogen's, natural gas. You can make it run on gasoline. You can make it run on diesel. You need to, for a two-stroke, don't you need to mix the fuel? The injector does the mixing. No mix. Interesting. We'll check more of that later. I wanted to get back over here. Oh, that's an engine testing cell. Engine diagram. You've linked it already, and after you linked it, I said I'll check it out after. Let's get back to doing space news, because we gotta go before summer car and stuff, man. The engine was designed to not need fuel oil mix. Interesting. The Trabant Celery. What a piece of junk that thing is. All right. This one's coming from Lockheed Martin here. Remember, you can't spell locked in without Lockheed Martin, kids. And they're saying, Orion. The Orion team powered up the Artemis 3 crew module's computers for the very first time. With computers 20,000 times faster than Apollo's mind-blown emoji, we're one step closer to a sustainable presence on the lunar surface and eventually Mars. I saw spark plugs, Lux. It can't be like a diesel. Yeah, Kirok, that's really kind of my question, but you know, it said it's a dry sump, so it has an internal lubrication system. And canceled. Rocky Guy. And it's gone. It's gone. It's all gone. We should, you know, Rocky Guy, you know what would be a really good idea? Instead of canceling this thing that we've spent a lot of taxpayer money in developing, we should, you know, use that money that we used for development and just buy a lot of them. And just make a lot of them. And then use a lot of them. I know. Strange concept. That's crazy talk. You're crazy. That's crazy talk. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you guys are right. I don't know what I was thinking logically for a change. Yeah, no, I'll go back to being dumb. All right, anyway. Next news. I think I got too much sleep today. Either that or I didn't get enough sleep again. Bloody hell, dude. Sorry. Powered up and ready to go. Our Flex rover is equipped, this is from Astrolab. Our Flex rover is equipped with 2 deployable solar panel arrays, one on each side of the vehicle. They can fold down while driving to keep the vehicle protected from lunar dust and unfold when the vehicle stops to charge up for its next drive. Cool. All right. And now on to something completely different. Next bit of news. All right, NASA Marshall. NASA supported commercial space station Vast Space Haven 1 recently passed a test to confirm its critical air filtration system can maintain a safe and healthy atmosphere for all planned mission phases. Ooh. Yep. The HVAC systems don't work down here. It's just uncomfortable. The HVAC systems don't work up in a space station. You die. Yeah. You probably want those to work. One tidbit. Hermes is also looking to sell time on their supersonic wind tunnel. Smart. It has forced induction and it has a valve on the exhaust to block fuel from escaping. Interesting. Interesting, dude. Yeah, we'll read more about that Alpha Auto when we're done with the space news. Cool. That's awesome. That's another feather in the cap for Vast and Haven 1. That Vast is very quickly emerging as the potential successor to the ISS here with the Commercial Low Earth Orbit Destinations program that NASA is offering, which is basically a commercial replacement for the ISS. Think of it like a timeshare or an Airbnb space station that NASA can farm out scientific research to. Not the worst idea. Good stuff. Oh, we have an update here on the Psyche mission. NASA's Psyche spacecraft is using the backup fuel lines. Psyche, a little while back, had the team paused 4 electric thrusters in early April to investigate an unexpected drop in pressure. They determined that a mechanical issue was in one of the valves, which open and close to manage the flow of propellant, causing the decrease. Freaking valves, dude. Axiom really screwed themselves out of that with the spacesuits. Should have kept going like Vast. I agree, Rocket Guy. Whoever made the decision to pivot to doing spacesuits at Axiom, Michael Safardini, really screwed that company's coffers like really bad. Like really bad. That was a really dumb idea. Yeah, but I won't be able to eat my breakfast alone. Airbnb, nice. Through extensive testing and diagnostic work, the team conducted that part of the inside of one of the valves is no longer functioning as expected and is obstructing the flow of xenon to the thrusters. Now that swap to the backup fuel line is completed, engineers will command the spacecraft's thrusters to resume firing by mid-June. Psyche is a mission that's going out to asteroids. And the orbiter remains on course to reach the asteroid Psyche as planned in August of 2029. I always get Lucy and Psyche confused. Lucy is the one that's going to the Trojans. Psyche is going to Psyche. It's kind of right in the name, idiot. Bash the Stampede? Bash the Stampede? What? Oh. Obscure anime references in my stream? I will not allow this unless it's Cowboy Bebop. Trigun. Now, I know what it is. Akira is fine. Yes. And, Tetsu! I like Cowboy Bebop. Chad, I made your favorite. Bell peppers and beef. Chad, you said bell peppers and beef. But there's a problem here. There's no beef. There's no beef because we haven't gotten a new bounty. Sorry. What about Padaliber? No, I said no obscure references, okay? Right, MK? It's just an awesome piece of entertainment. Jed, I made your favorite. Beef, peppers, and bell. Next time you see Jack hosting an NSF cast or something, say, Jack, I made your favorite. Bell, peppers, and beef. And I guarantee you will throw him off his game. Real bad. He will start laughing uncontrollably. What? Just do it. And do not tell him, do not say where you learned to say that from. He'll know it was me. But also, yeah. Go, hey, Jack, I made your favorite. Bell, peppers, and beef. Sorry, Patliber. I don't know what that is. Don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut. Welcome to the rice fields, mother trucker. All right, anyway. Did they make a live action version of Cowboy Bebop? They did, and it's pretty good. I've never watched it. We got some news coming from Astrobotic. Today, Astrobotic's Zodiac rocket conducted its 176th flight test at its test site in Mojave, California. While the vehicle remained within its planned flight envelope, it detected an anomalous condition and commanded a flight termination. Oh, no. Not the Zodiac. No! Oh, man. This resulted in a rapid descent and caused the loss of the vehicle upon impact with its launch pad. Oh, that's Maston's original vertical takeoff, vertical landing rocket, guys. That sucks, dude. Zodiac is that was doing vertical landings before Falcon 9 even was a thing. That was like, that thing, oh, that sucks, dude. I'm actually bummed about that. Oh, no. Yeah, there it is. Oh, man. So, okay, why am I bumming so much? Zodiac was one of the first pioneering vehicles. Like, I know it's not a far-fetched thing nowadays, like seeing rockets go up and come and land, right? I still think it's ridiculous, but Zodiac was like one of the pioneers for vertical takeoff, vertical landing. It's right up there in historical significance with like DCX. I would put up there. Yeah, DCX is up there. Like even Grasshopper. Like if you want to count that, even though this thing was flying way before Grasshopper. Yeah. YouTube search Maston Space Systems Cobalt to see Zodiac testing Mars terrain relative nav. Okay. Maston, yeah, Maston eventually went under, but they got acquired by Astrobotic wholly, so Maston is still alive. It's just in an Astrobotic suit. All right, we want the free flight. All right, let's try this one. This one's still tethered, but...
Here we go. Fast enough to us. 6-second countdown. 6, 5, 4.
Dude, that is stable as hell. Dudes, that has no roll control. That's how stable it is. It's a singular engine, dude. Oh, that's so cool, dude. I'm bumming. You found better footage? Okay.
IP address and locks active.
Pilot, prime engine.
Priming engine.
Okay, team, here we go. Mast and off to all. 6-second countdown. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
That's instrumentation for the relative navigation to look at. See the cameras? The cameras are pointed down at those marks. That's the Zodiac, dudes. That thing flew 175 times. Has there ever been any rocket-based vehicle that's been reused that much? Just why don't they do inertial navigation? There's no need to. When you have the ground, this flying inertial navigation would be like flying 100 feet off the ground and trying to look up to navigate rather than trying to look down. Right? I don't think there's any Falcon 9 that's been reused 175 times, Graham. Do you?
I'm getting packets.
Yo, these boys and girls are just in an RV. Wait a minute, these guys parked an RV out in the middle of the desert and everyone's just like, yeah, that's fine. I'm sorry if I find that kind of funny. We have to cook. Yeah, guys, this kind of system is what the Mars rovers used to land. And then eventually New Shepard was outfitted with a relative navigation system like this as well. Dude. Oh, that's so sketchy. That's awesome, dude. Was Zombie the one with the retractable legs? I think so. Trey, you've been looking more into pulsar fusion. Seems they're pretty far along with that fusion engine. I found a photo of the magnetic containment in 2019. Seems like they're going for it in 2025. Please. That would be amazing. Falcon 9 and Super Heavy use GPS. I have no idea what Super Heavy uses. I think it communicates with the tower data as its reference. Falcon 9 first stages for landing on the drone ship uses a downwards facing radar. Yeah, it uses a downward facing radar. Basically, it puts it on a trajectory where it's kind of close to the drone, like where the trajectory will go over the drone ship, and then the downward facing radar will find it when the landing burn starts, and it'll home in on it. This isn't the incident flight. No, this one landed just fine. You could see they've done this mission before. That was the landing marks for Flight 1 and Flight 2 right there. And there's your landing marks for 3. Bro, that's impressive. That sucks that they lost that thing. Now, guys, Graham, you asked, like, what is that? Like, what does it do? So, or how does it work? Okay, Rocket Guy, you correct me if I'm wrong. This just looks like a pressure-fed rocket engine. No significant damage to launch pad infrastructure. That means it crashed into the concrete and the concrete didn't care. Yeah, right, Z? It's a pressure-fed engine. It's very simple. That's a very, very simple rocket engine. About as simple as you can get for a liquid fuel rocket engine. Something that you can throttle.
Here we go.
Dude, look at this left turn that it takes at Albuquerque here. Oh, nice. Water. Oh, my goodness. That's nuts, dude. Oh my God. That's pretty cool, dude. That's Mojave right there. This was an old flight that actually, yeah, this one worked. What fuel does it use, Rocket Guy? Is it using cryo? I'm assuming because of the gold that it's semi-cryogenic. Because one of the tanks looks thermally shielded and the other one isn't. Worked 175 times. It's pretty good, man. Sucks that they lost it, though. It's using LOX and alcohol. Oh, okay. Super cool. Well, anyway. We'll pour out 1 for Zodiac. Some rubbing alcohol. 1 for the homies. Don't drink rubbing alcohol. That will not do what you think it's going to do to you. Don't drink that. Okay? Just pour 1 out. Just because the rocket drinks alcohol doesn't mean that you should, okay? Don't do that. Wash your hands in remembrance. Thank you, Sid. I prefer grain. Whiskey for me, dude. Don't panic! Don't panic! Ah! Locks and isopropyl. That sucks, man. I'm bumming. What are you gonna do, dude? Build another one. Just like SpaceX. Build another one. Just build another one. What are you not gonna build another one? Just build another one. It's fine. It's fine. Just make another one. As a quick question, hypothetically, you did what you would do to not find out what you'd... Yeah. Build 10. Yes, 10. Mm-hmm. If only NASA had the resolve to build another DCX. Yeah, that'd be nice. So, check this out, guys. This is coming from ULA. Kuiper 2. The launch of a ULA Atlas 551 carrying the second batch of production satellites for Amazon's Project Kuiper is planned for June 13th, 2025, pending range approval. That's 2 weeks away. The launch is scheduled for 2:29 p.m. When's the 13th?
Discovery.
Nice. 2:29 at the opening of a 30-minute window from Slick 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. All right, without stickers. Well, you subscribe without stickers. Subscribed, and now you subscribed. You got emotes. Those are kind of like stickers. Did I help? Why don't they use universal time for space launches? Because they don't like you, Sig. I don't like you either. You just watch yourself. We're rocket men. I cover launches at 12 launch sites. You'll be dead. Just going through all of my links here. Did I see that right? Wow. The Flight 9 vid has a lot of comments on it. Huh. Good or bad comments? I kind of want to go look. Should I? I'm gonna go look. These aren't too bad. Yeah. Yeah, not too bad. Excellent. All right. Wait, their reaction to shorts here. Oh. Look.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Look at the thumbnail for that short. Or Sewer Rat's text could get in the way, ruining the evening completely. What's up? I just finished the final MSC VOD and now I want more. Well, you get some more a little later tonight. Trailer arc is a real nail biter. That is a very strange thumbnail. That is a very Did they? I hope everyone's having a great Thursday. Did they say what happened with Flight 9? Well, they didn't say it, but it's pretty obvious. It popped. It got to Seco though, which is a pretty damn good achievement. But yeah. Remember the banana plushie? Your plushie got here the day Flight 9 flew. It's a ghost banana. You have a green banana? No, it's yellow. My chroma is not configured very well. Right. What were those other comments from? They were from Starship Flight 9 re-entry. Let's see. What useful re-entry data could they get from this uncontrolled re-entry? They may have had a bunch of temperature sensors under different areas of tiles. Maybe they could still see which tiles did better. Yeah, they'll get something, but yeah, it's for the most part, it's not the best. Actually, the vast majority of these comments are quite good. Did I break something? You need a Ouija board? A Luigi board to make use of that? A Wega board? Can you get Wega board? People being, people on the internet being civil, like, the internet being reasonable is, no, I don't trust it, dude. That's why, like, did I break it? Did I do something wrong? Like, the vast majority of these these comments are good. Chip can have a little spin as a treat. Have you tried scrolling down? Dude, I scrolled to the bottom. I don't trust that. We're moving on. I don't trust that. Insult me, please. Like, wait, no. You know what I mean? I don't trust it. Is this the calm before the storm? I don't know. You're a bald one. You scruffy looking nerd. Who's scruffy looking? Thank you. Ethereal, you dongus. Oh, okay. All right. There's the internet that I know. Thank you. Let's go. All right. Now I feel better. Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of... I said insult me. Don't end my career. Jeez. I'm about to end this man's whole career. I broke up with my ex-girlfriend. Here's the number. Psych! That's the wrong number! Super Hot Fire is my name. I'm not a rapper. Oh! I tried. I can't, Soul DJ. Yes, you can. You like to build castles in swamps over and over again. Well, they said you couldn't build a castle in a swamp, but I did it anyway. Fell into the swamp. All right, so Harry Stranger's got some new high-resolution satellite imagery that shows the current state of construction at 39A. Or 39A. Alex! Alex! All right. All right. This is EJ's Roadcraft and Rocket review. No, not the game. Like, I actually like building roads correctly. Let's take a look. What do we got here? So, a lot of material staging over here. You got some fabrication tents right there. Dude. They've already got the footings in for the side of the pad.
Go at throttle up.
Is that a Roadcraft reference? Yeah. Hey, Spiffy, what's going on, buddy? 47-month resub. Trench is definitely taking form. Yeah, baby. So, I'm looking around for new spots for them to put fuel farms and stuff, dude. Because, like, look, you could see that they started doing it over here, and then they stopped. And now they're grading more stuff over here, and they're putting trench lines in here. I don't know what that is. It's too hard to, I mean, it's kind of crazy to me that we're looking at a satellite picture and I can't tell what that 12-foot wide drainage culvert is. Like, that's, I think it's a drainage culvert, but it might not be. Looks like we just got a bunch of rebar being staged right here. That rebar is most likely going to be used in the trench, if I had to guess. In terms of grading, they are grading a lot of stuff over here. Guys, this is an incredibly wide surface area here. There's a lot of recently graded stuff. See these discolored areas? Those are areas that they just cleared, right? Comparatively to the lighter areas where that they haven't cleared, right? Well, the interesting thing that I'm looking at, okay, so a couple things that I'm noticing. So one, there's a new retention pond over here, which is a little weird. That wasn't there a month ago. We did call that out previously. There's another one right there, and then there's another one right there. So, the point that I'm trying to get at is that you saw this, you've seen the size of Starbase, you know how big it is. I'm almost wondering if there's going to be like another pad right here or something. There, I said it. I got it out there. Another tower right here. So you could bring starships and super heavies in right here in the same path, right? And then have another trench just going in the same direction. Do you think they're building two at once or a whole prop farm? Aqualex, we know the footprint. You know the footprint for how much one of these is going to take up. It's Pad B. That's a way bigger area than Pad B is cleared out, dudes. That's a way bigger. I'm wondering if they're going to build another pad here. You said it first. Yeah, well, I said it last, okay? And you always say "see last" in chat. Not you. Everyone does. So I'm right. No, right? Like, that makes sense. Why? Build another one. Build another tower right next to it. Like, am I thinking about this wrong? Like, that's a lot of area to clear. I will slap you, all systems. I know more or less where you live. I will find you. Wouldn't there be drawings or permits or whatever out there? It's possible, Bob, but yeah. Dedicated launch and catch towers. This is a lot of space, dude. That's bigger than this space that's been cleared here is bigger than the entire like Starbase launch site. I mean, think about it. Like, with Starbase, the other tower is like right here somewhere. Like, if we superimpose this over Pad B, Highway 4 would be like right here, right? And the other tower would be here. That's about the space they have to work with. Look at how much space they've graded in the pad area. And then they've dug out more retention ponds and whatnot, dude. I'm thinking they're building another pad. They're going to build two here. They're just going to get one operational before the other, just like they did at Starbase. Like, am I thinking about this incorrectly? I'm still sad that the Starship Tower isn't on top of the current 39A trench. Yeah, that's a bummer, dude. It is a bummer, for sure. But eventually I think they'd do it. They have to build the landing pads for Falcon. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. But aren't the landing pads supposed to be over here, Fish? In those plans, I do believe they were over here. Read Pervious. Read Ethereal's post and Yuri. They have prices. They have the pieces for another tower showing up to Roberts Road. Okay, what did Yuri say? They have new footings for the tower. They're building another tower here. Guys, do you think that's a lot of area to grade for just one launch pad? This one launch pad needs an area that's bigger than the entire launch site at Boca Chica? X to doubt, baby. There's going to be another pad right here. There's going to be another tower, and it's going to be facing in this direction with the trench going in the same direction. I honestly, like, sending EJ on a quest. Draw it out so you have proof? What's the distance between those things? What things? How big is it inside of the loop? 39A is gigantic. Inside of the blast detonation area, dude, it's huge. Here, let's... So, look. They, at one point, were going to put a bunch... See those? Those are mounts right there for fuel tanks. They ended up taking these tanks, guys, and they sent them to Boca Chica. And over there, you see more mounts for the same tanks. Right? I don't know if those ones right there are newly stationed there or not. That's the original hydrogen tank. That's the hydrogen tank for 39A. Let's see, they're definitely clearing this area out. Wait, zoom in. Let me see. Is there any type of footings or anything being dug right here? Because, once again, man, if I was going to do this, if we were going to make a twin pad Starship launch complex, what I would do is I'd put another trench right next to it, dude. Put another trench and put another tower right next to this, so you can feed Starships and Super Heavies in from the same area. If you put them next to each other, that simplifies your fuel line plumbing, right? Because the plumbing at Pad B comes in this way, right? It comes in this way and goes that way. But if your main fuel farm is going to be over here, you could have your lines come in this way and go that way around the trench, and they split right there and go to either pad. You know? You reckon they'll ever turn 39A into a Starship one? I think eventually it will happen, yes. Let's see what fits in terms of area to Google Earth. Okay, all right. We're doing a Google Earth dive. You think SpaceX is moving too fast? No, I don't think they're moving fast enough. What's the point of having two towers so close together, though? Assume the stacked vehicle can't be on a tower while another vehicle is being launched so closely. Probably don't want them right next to each other. Ah, come on. No balls. No balls. So check this out, dude. Dudes, this is what I'm talking about. Right? Let's just measure from Highway 4 over here. That's about 800 feet. I'll measure in meters or else people are going to give me crap. 800 feet are about 244 meters, right? And then if we go to the path tool and we click on the same thing, right? Let's just get an approximate of the surface area for the site. So we're 244 by 480 meters, or 800 feet by 1,500 feet, okay? That's the size of the approximate launch area at Boca Chica. This is what I'm trying to say here. Look, I already know the answer to this just by looking at that because I'm a nerd. Let's superimpose, right? Let's go 800 feet. Right, and then line tool. 1,500 feet. See what I mean? They're clearing the area, more or less. They're more or less clearing the area for 2 pads, right? So look at this old picture. See what I mean? They had a bunch of old mounts right here. This has all since been demolished. They leveled everything here. The only thing that's still there is that hydrogen tank. A lot of these tanks ended up in Boca Chica to expand the tank farm there for 2 pads. Whatever that thing was supposed to be is long gone. They scrapped that. That was the BFR 2017 launch mount that they axed a long time ago. Now, like, compare and contrast, dudes. These pictures are from September of 2024. Right? And then this picture, that's the Windows key. This picture is from the other day. See what I'm talking about? Look at all that area that they've graded. Here, let me see if I can move the... Much better. See down here? They've graded all down here. And remember, in the Google Earth picture, that yellow box is the size of the launch site at Boca Chica. Dude, they're cooking, man. They are cooking hard. Hold on, let me move this out of the way so you can see the other side as well. See what I mean? If you look beside the current 39A tower, you could see a square object and they're adding additional footings in for the other pad. It's the retaining wall. Yep. So that means that those mounts right there weren't pre-existing. Those were added. My guess is that that's probably water systems. And then that means that these bad boys over here, these puppies, are the actual tank farm. Huh. Interesting. If that's new, that means there's not going to be I don't think they'd put a pad right here, but they might. Interesting. Yeah, man. They really, really have gone to town on this thing. Wow. Dedicated catch tower. There's definitely that, like I said, that yellow box is basically the size of the launch area in Boca Chica. I just superimposed it there. They're grading way more land than that. Dude, I'm gonna say twin pad. All right, I want it. Okay, it's gonna make me happy. Okay, that's cool, man. Good stuff. So Blue Origin has announced, okay, a little bit of different news. Blue Origin has announced the NS-23 mission. The NS-23 mission is scheduled for Saturday, May 31st at 9:30 a.m. Out of the Van Horn, Texas launch site. We have pictures of the crew here. I don't think I know any of these people. And then Blue also showed off their patch. I don't know why they would put another here when they could build 2 at LC-37. I mean, Narnian Knight, I'm just thinking in that production meeting that we watched from Elon today, he says they're going to make thousands of starships. He says they can make a ship every month, dude. You're going to need a lot of pads. I'm just putting it out there. Yeah, that's Elon time, not reality. I don't understand why Elon time has anything to do with it. Why would Elon time be their constricting factor to building more launch pads? I'm not picking up what you're laying down. I don't understand. What do you mean? When SpaceX Optimus pad red team, that would be awesome. I'm saying 1,000 a day is unrealistic and unnecessary. He's saying they won't hit those numbers, not the other way. I don't. What does that have to do with what I said? I'm confused. Wasn't I just talking about, like, needing a lot of pads to launch a lot of starships and how SpaceX can build, like, one ship a month at current capacity? I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong in fact that they're building thousands of starships is a long way off. You're not wrong. But, I was taking into account current flight rate. Even with current flight rate, dude, you're 3 pads is not enough. 3 pads is barely enough for Falcon. Am I wrong? Like, I'm confused. Like, where is the 1,000 starships coming into that figuring thing? I'm not sure if I agree, but I think he's saying that they won't need to build more. Yeah, forget that. 2 at Starbase, 1 at 39A, 2 at 37, maybe another one. Maybe another sometime. Well, if you were going to build it now, even if that's the case, dude, if you're going to build it now, you'd build into provisions for 2 pads instead of retrofitting a second pad like what they did at Starbase, right? Like, You don't think they need to fit another 39A? I suppose. I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense. But okay, all right. Just flip the page a little bit. Do you not want to see them build more pads? Like, just as a spaceflight fan? I would like 2 of them at 39A. I would like that. I mean, you're saying you don't want that? Like, I kind of want that. Kind of want it. Kind of want it. Are there any rumblings of a 3rd Starship manufacturing site besides Boca Chica and Cape Canaveral? Negative. I mean, it would be cool for sure. All right, cool. Just making sure we're on the same page there, man. All right, cool. Yeah, it might be a little ways off now that I'm thinking about it. You might be in the ballpark there. But also 2 launch pads? Kind of want that. I'll tell you what I'd want to see, man. I'd want to see 2 starships launch at the same time, man. Damn straight, always wanted to see that. Figure I could hook that up. You know, SpaceX digs dudes with money. I just don't see anywhere it could fit. I could be wrong. So the point that I'm trying to make, Narnian, is that they fit 2 pads in this square. And they're grading way more than this square, right? It's possible. But also, I think they could fit another one. I think it should fit another. They should build like 10. Anyway. 10, yes, 10, because we're really hungry. All right, anyway. So, this is coming from Kennedy Space Center, the Kennedy Space Center Twitter account. Teams with NASA ground systems are preparing Artemis 2 with a series of integrated tests on the SLS rocket. Engineers have started the test campaign to confirm rocket and ground systems are working and communications as planned. All right. Oh yeah, with just these 10 simple integrated tests, you too can launch stuff to the moon. Verify interfaces function between the SLS core stage, solid rocket boosters, and ground systems. Test performance of the SLS core stage systems. Demonstrate SLS solid rocket booster systems will function as intended. Not sure how you're going to do that without launching it, but hey, you know, it's good. Now, they're talking about systems, not the actual booster, but whatever. Ensure interfaces between SLS upper stage function with ground systems. Okay. Test performance of the SLS upper stage. Confirm interfaces between Orion and ground systems. Prove interfaces function through integrated SLS and Orion with ground systems. Integrated test of all SLS and Orion critical communication systems. Perform a launch countdown demonstration with Artemis 2 astronauts. Perform another launch countdown demonstration for Artemis 2 astronauts when the first one scrubs. That's a Crown Vic. And that's a Crown Vic. And right over there, that's a Crown Vic. And then perform another one when that one scrubs as well. That's a Crown Vic. And that's a Crown Vic. And that, oh, sorry. And the number one thing, check and install pyrotechnics to the flight termination system. And that's a Crown Vic. And right over there, yeah, that one's a Crown Vic too. If you got that reference, well, good for you. Crown Vic, what is this reference? That's a Crown Vic. And that's a Crown Vic. And that's a Crown Vic. That's a Crown Vic. And that's a Crown Vic. That's no? No? Alright. Too small with the chat window. Who knows anymore? It's 95% references. It's a freaking Cletus McFarlane reference, all right? Look. Look. So there's this YouTuber that I watch. His name's Cletus McFarlane. He's a great YouTuber. He has a video that he posted the other day. Check it out. Video that he posted the other day is every car that he owns. So Cletus organizes races at his racetrack that he bought with YouTube money. Right? Here, we ain't gonna watch the whole video, but they're going through the Freedom Factories. What it is? It's in Bradenton, Florida. Right? He was going through the back lot, and because he organizes these races and they're technically a spec series, they use Crown Vics. Cletus has a racing series that, so like Sewer Rat, it's what I do with Friday Night Racing. He does that with actual cars and races with like a bunch of other YouTubers and stuff. So it's funny because the entire latter half of the video is just Crown Victorias. Oh my God. I did, Matthew. We watched it on stream a second ago. Yep, see, that's a Crown Vic. And that's a Crown Vic.
Got another Crown Vic right here. Another black Crown Vic right here. Got a Crown Vic right here. It's one of mine. This is another one of my Crown Vics.
Dude, the whole rest of the damn video for another 10 minutes is him just counting every single freaking Crown Vic that he has. He's got to have like 300 of them. It's pretty funny, dude. And that's a Crown Vic. And that's a Crown Vic. Yeah, and over there, that's a Crown Vic too. Ahem. Where did this come from? Where did this come from? Oh my goodness. I know it's AI, but oh my goodness. Jeez, Baron. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Future Cletus. That's right. What is this? Is this a Kerbal loading screen? Okay. You know what's funny? I haven't watched a video yet, but I knew it had to be related to this video. And that's a Crown Vic. And that's a Crown Vic. And that's a Crown Vic. And over there, geek. Well, that's a Crown Vic. And that's a Crown Vic. That's a Crown Vic. The Kerbo Dome. Nice. Over there, that's a Crown Vic too. All right, anyway. So check this out. This is coming from the Starbase Texas official X account. Official X account. What we do here is go back. All right, anyway. The Starbase City Commission has officially declared May 29th as Starbase Day. We're excited to have a dedicated day each year to celebrate our community. I'm so proud of this community. It's all Crown Vics. Always has been. Why did the name that's a staple of America's car have such a British girly name? I don't know. Why May 29th? Why not March 14th? Well, March 14th is not when Starbase became a city. Starbase became a city on May 29th. Notes from the meeting. We watched the meeting, dude. Where were you? Oh, different meeting. Okay. Ain't it a company town? I don't know what that means, but yeah, I don't know why it would be in quotes. City of Starbase is holding its first ever city commission meeting. All right. The meeting is taking place at the Hub, a building owned by SpaceX. About 30-odd people are here today. Nearly all appear to work for SpaceX or the new city government. Well, I mean... During today's meeting, the city commissioner plans to appoint Kent Myers to serve as the city administrator. Myers has worked in local government for more than 40 years. From 2012 to 2022, he was the city manager in Fredericksburg, Texas. Messer Fort, a firm that specializes in municipal law, will represent the city of Starbase. Andy Messer, one of the partners at Messer Fort, is here today. He said the firm represents more than 100 cities in Texas. Those shirts are pretty killer. Meeting adjourned. The members of the new Starbase City Commission very politely declined to be interviewed, but they did agree to pose for a photo. We'll have all the details later. Where can I get the hat and shirt? Is Mary a city resident? I believe so, yes. Apparently now they use a building they call the hall that the city is renting from SpaceX for $100 per month. They're going to build a city hall later. Dude, they're actually building a city. I know it's kind of like, well, yeah.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Are you going to watch the Blue Origin launch on Saturday?
Really hadn't planned on it, but we could if you really wanted to. SpaceX posts the next GPS launch is tomorrow. GPS 3SV08 tomorrow at 1:23 p.m. All right. We will be here for that. So I think SpaceX, the majority of SpaceX's like actual town area is probably going to be over here. That's where they're grading and building buildings. The Starbase website is up. You could check road closures as well. This could be great, or it could suck. I just don't think it'd be a good thing to recreate the company town. There's many instances of successful company towns, dude. Hershey, Pennsylvania is a pretty good one. Even here in Plymouth, Plymouth Cordage, good example of a company town, dude. So, I mean, can go either way. Work as a resource of Starbase. Knowing how SpaceX does things, Starbase is a real city. Make Starbase a real city. It's practice from Mars. Yeah, maybe. Rip Cordage. Yep. Ryan has the city outline. Depod Dolphin Pro. Yeah, that's right. That is a very strange footprint. Interesting. I mean, I'm just thinking, like, you want Starbase to expand, right? Like, you're only going to be able to fit so many people in this spot. Maybe they'll eminent domain more things, dude. Like, get in on more of this area over here, you know? Like, you're not, people ain't living over here. People ain't living right there, you know? You don't want to live that close. Like, not like, because, like, yo, if it blows up, you're gonna, no, it's not anything like that. It's that the launches all the time would be like a freight train coming through your back door. All the time. Well, you can voice your concern all you want, Oculus, but it's happening, so... I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Eminent domain is for overtaking private property, not the other way around. What do you think all the areas that aren't highlighted is, Sig? Like all this area over here? It's federal land. Why isn't Massey's not in the city limits? Yeah, I don't know. No, you can drive on Highway 4. Highway 4 is a state road, so Texas has authority over who can and can't drive down it. SpaceX wants to buy plots of land around Brownsville and swap it with some land around Starbase in the article shared above. Yeah, just for the scale that they're talking here, guys, that's not really enough land. I think they'll expand over time. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And if you don't like that, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. What are you going to tell them? No? Go ahead. Voice your opinion. To them, not me. To them, not me. I don't know why you keep linking me to the Starlink terms of service, but all right. What do you think the U.S. stance would be about this? I don't know. So they got all of this up in here. Interesting. Yeah, that's plenty of land. You should be able to build some pretty big housing in there. It seems like they got all of this too. Yeah, that's right. There's the Cameron County maps thing. Yeah, let's check that out. Huh. Yeah, see, this was the original Boca Chica Village plans. I wonder if they'll eventually try to get at these plots. I'm going to go ahead and guess probably, yeah. Let's see down here. Yeah. Nice. I'm just looking at how the, from Quicksilver, how everything is zoned up in here. It's very basic zoning. Like, this is more finalized zoning up here, dudes. With, like, see how every address is kind of, has its land, etc., etc. The street, where the streets go, the street right away is all thought out and whatnot. Wow. Look at all that, huh? Oh, wow, there's supposed to be a huge port right here. I wouldn't be really zoning anything over here because it's too close to the launch pad. On the other side of the build site, though, should be okay. Like, up here, I wouldn't be surprised if they expanded this way. Oh, God. Order gore to the extreme here, man. Huh. Interesting. That's what happens when you overlay all the plans of various types on top of it existing infrastructure. Maybe that was a private airstrip? I've heard things, like about people wanting to do stuff like that, but I do believe Rocket Ranch is over here somewhere. Yeah, Rocket Ranch is over there, which is pretty cool. All right. Sweet. So yeah, Starbase is a city. That's pretty cool. I think I covered everything, dudes. I think we got all of it. Yeah. We are caught up. I love looking at maps. Me too. Oh, RGV has some pictures of Rio West, which is the land next. That's Quicksilver right there. Yeah, so they are building houses. It seems like they're doing low density residential, except for right here. Those look like condominiums. I love refrigerators. What is that website? Cameron County Appraisals. Cool. Hey, you guys want to see something funny? Real quick. That's pretty cool. Pretty neat. All right. Is it time for summer car? Are we doing this? All right, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, I'm back. All right, are we trying to get to the MSC race? Oh, hey, you're number 2 now. Yeah. I'm trying to make a goblin. Oh, no. Anyway, I think that's going to do it for summer, not for summer car, for space news today. We're going to play some summer car now. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Tomorrow we're going to do Flame Trench and then it's off. Now, before anybody goes, if you're not into summer car, all good. So, fellas, what I want to try to do through the month of June is lock in. Because what I usually do, and the only reason I'm telling you now, because this is the last space news for this week. The only reason, yeah, they're telling you now because we're doing Flame Trench tomorrow. Now, during the month of June, I don't think I have any, like, commitments. Like real life stuff or anything. It should be pretty clear with the exceptions of weekends. So what I want to do is I want to lock in and I want to do a power push. Like we do have a lot of projects, a lot of different projects going on, and I want to grind it out. So we're going to lock in June. And there will be more space news, longer streams, working on the car, etc., etc. Were you able to get the mats you needed? Oh, yeah. And I got the tank from Airgas. So, Hellfish, with the exception of Airgas being weird about making a new account, they're actually awesome. The dude in there was super helpful. Gave me a bunch of tips on welding and stuff. And genuinely seemed like he was pumped that I was trying to teach myself how to weld, which is actually cool. Longer streams. You already stream like 12 hours a day. Don't worry about it. The only reason why I'm going to finish the pillar, I don't think we'll do that in a month, spoiled, but the only reason why is because I take the first week off in July every year. The first week off of July is my stream detox. I do not touch my computer for a week straight, which is hard to do. So this from the 29th to the 6th, I'm off. I will not be available. Don't talk to me. Don't leave me alone. I'm going to go do normie things for a week. All I need is just a week during the summer to do normie things. Anything else, we're good. So for June, right? Through here, I want to push it. I want to push it. I'm talking like car streams in the morning, then games, then space news, and then after hours. I'm going to try. It's going to be a hard test. But we got to make some forward progress on the Cornet, and we have to make some forward progress on the games we're playing, dudes. Workers, we got an early start. What are we going to do with that? We got Roadcraft. Despite my distaste for the game, I still want to finish it. We got work to do. We have work to do. We have space news to talk about. We have MSC to play, which is what I'm going to play now. Flight 10 will be the first week of July, and that pisses me off. Dude, don't burn yourself up. I'll be fine. A KSP return. Whoa. Hey, let's not put people on the spot here, okay? Timberborn Fall to the Wayside. I finished. We finished Timberborn. Can't see me. Like, I finished that Update 7 experimental thing, unless... Like, we got to the point where we're basically breaking the game. Like, we actually finished something for a change, which is pretty cool. Satisfactory ship. Whoa. Let's not put people on the spot here. There's gonna be a Starship launch the week you take off. Of course there is. Musk is coming home. Dude. Yeah, home planet, I understand, the controversy with him, but dude, it felt really good seeing him do his thing at a Starship presentation again. It felt like old times. It felt right. Please just keep doing that. Like Roadcraft, I was just about to start on the VOD. Should I bother? You make your own opinion, dude. Okay, just which Christmas? The one with the Jesus and the baby in the manger. The baby Jesus. And the three wise men. Master Chief, Sergeant Johnson, and the Arbiter. Okay, summer car time. Let me retool real quick for MSC. I'll see you guys in a quick 5. Thank you for watching. I'll be back momentarily.
In a desert land so grand, EJ's got the master plan.